Hello, Orchard. How we doing? Hello. Hey, how's everyone doing today? I hope you're doing good. I just realized I forgot to grab my water. So give me like 2 seconds. And I will grab my water. That way I can stay hydrated. Because I expect this to be a long stream. Or long for me, at least. Hello. How is everyone? Okay, we need... What do I need? I need... music. Music. Okay. Got an Enchanted Forest playlist. Hello, Abby. Hello, Pikmin. Hello, 70. Hello, Gabby. Fruit salad. Yummy, yummy. Yummy, 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 yummy fruit salad. Okay. I'm gonna turn that into the background a bit. Alright. We've got a big day ahead of us. Also, Arx, thank you for resubbing. I appreciate it. Replanting your tree in the orchard. You're eating ramen for good reasons? I mean, is there ever a bad reason to eat ramen? Like, truth be told? I love ramen. Do you need a reason? A good reason to eat ramen? But we have here a big old Druid wild shape tier list. This is just a crap ton of wild shapes. This was actually put together by a fellow VTuber, the lovely Uzi Oozborn, who is a very, very cute, very sweet slime VTuber. Uzi's wonderful. I'm actually going to shout Uzi out because Uzi's super cool. Oh my god, Lucky. Lucky's already starting this by like, oh, let's just climb onto your lap. And I'm like, that's fine, but if you're staying on my lap, you need to like not be a little shit. But yeah, we have like a ton of Druid wild shapes. And we're gonna organize them. We're gonna put them into tiers. And then we're gonna move on to a Bard, D&D Smasher Pass, D&D Race Smasher Pass list. Then we're gonna move into a Cleric Cute Pokemon tier list. And then we got a brand new class debut, which is very, very exciting. And yeah, it's just gonna be a good old time. It's gonna be crazy, it's gonna be fun, it's gonna be good. So yeah, I guess let's just dive straight into things, really. Okay, I decided I don't want this playlist. I'm gonna go back to my lo-fi forest vibes. Or do we want forest stroll? Is this one better? We'll go with this one. We'll try this one out for a little bit. But yeah, we've got a lot of forms to get through. And I think probably the easiest way to do it is to just go in order. For Druid wild shapes, it's very much gonna be like, I don't really have any rhyme or reason to it. It's kind of just gonna be like a mix of factors will decide the placements. So it might be like, oh my god, fucking Lucky. Get out. He's already causing trouble and biting at my headphones. Squid, don't even worry about it. Squid's amazing. Squid actually created this brand new form. So Squid, we've got Squid to thank for for all of what's gonna be happening later. So thank you, Squid. You're wonderful. I appreciate you. I hope you have a lovely day of work. You should all follow Squid if you haven't either. But yeah, I don't really have a huge rhyme or reason for this first list. It's just gonna kinda like happen. Part of it is gonna be based on like actual combat ability. Part of it will be based on like just how fun it is to turn into in game and move around as. Part of it will be based on just like how much I enjoy the animal, really. Or not animal, but form. They're not all animals. And yeah, we're just gonna kind of go with it. So we'll just go in order because I think that's probably easiest. So an air elemental. Game? Game? What game? This is just a random forest stroll playlist. I don't know if they have... this is the forest interlude from Donkey Kong Country 2, apparently. What do you mean you don't understand? And D&D. These are D&D wild shapes. They're D&D wild shapes. Oh yes, in my very real life, obviously. We know where Dragon will be. On top of the goblin. Ugh, that's the dream. No, I am! I misunderstood your question. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Sweats nervously. Anyways, air elementals. I mean, this one looks draconic. I don't know if that's supposed to be a dragon or a dinosaur. I'm probably gonna want to pull up stats, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Having stats in front of me might help. Okay. The air elemental has the fun thing where, like, they can kind of squeeze and move through, like, someone else's space. Color Dragon does make a difference, I agree. And they have, like, their whirlwind ability. So I'm gonna say air elemental's probably A, because it's still just an elemental, and in terms of, like, actual physical attacks, all elementals have is, like, slam ability. And then, like, whatever one unique, like, recharge thing they have. So, an air elemental, like, has the fun ability to, like, move through people's spaces, and that's super duper fun. And damage resistances to, like, lightning and thunder, which are two, like, pretty... Yeah, flying speed is also pretty dope. It's not quite an S tier to me. Flying speed is cool. I do like flying speed. I'm also putting it here, and I know this is based on, like, wild shapes, but air elementals are a bitch to fight. 17, I'm doing quite well. I'm doing very well. I was furiously writing lore literally all morning. So I've got things written out, and I think I'm pretty happy with what I've written. Okay, is that a dinosaur of some kind? I don't know the dinosaurs of D&D well enough. There's several different kinds of dinosaurs, but I don't know all the dinosaurs of D&D well enough. Is that an Allosaurus? Yeah, I think these are in, like... I think these are in, alphabetical order. Yeah, Faye! This is the one that Uzi made. I'm stealing it because Uzi gave me permission. Yeah, I think this is an Allosaurus here. Yeah, it is. I mean, any of the dinosaurs are honestly pretty S tier. Yeah, I know you did. That's what I'm saying. Any of the dinosaurs are honestly pretty S tier. Like, the dinosaurs are very... Why is this so loud in my ears? Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. I'm just gonna turn this down. It's very loud. It's very loud in my ears. And I'm Babbitt. Okay. But any of the dinosaurs are honestly, like, pretty top tier. All the dinosaurs are, like, really, really strong. And let me tell you, there's no greater heal than a dinosaur polymorph. I know that from experience. The Ankylosaurus, I'm gonna also put up there. I think, honestly, I'm just gonna put all the dinosaurs S tier. Because the dinosaurs are cool. It's fun to turn into a dinosaur and just tear through shit. I want to play really badly the, like, Circle of the Primeval. The new, like primal dinosaur-based druid. What is this? It's not a gorilla. Because I think they're supposed to be in alphabetical order. What is that? What's it called? An ape. Oh, duh. I'm just fucking stupid. Apes got, like, fist attacks, right? Like, they can swing and throw rocks at people. Throwing rocks at people is kind of fun. But, apes are meh. They're kind of middle of the road. This looks goat-ish, but it's... I should just pull up, like, all the beasts, honestly. Because I think they're, like, all here. We're just gonna pull up a list. One for faves and one best for combat, honestly. Yeah, I don't know what this is supposed to be. I think it's just basically a goat. Because there's no goat that... Is it a cow? I can't tell. It has horns, though, doesn't it? It has horns. Or is that like a bull? Either way, I'm gonna say, like, C. It's not great. Axe beaks. All I'm saying, an army of, like, 20 axe beaks is really effective. If you could just conjure, like, a shit ton of axe beaks, that's a really effective distraction. And I know that from experience. Also, I like axe beaks. That's mostly why they're S tier. I just like them. I think they're silly. I think they're just a silly bird with an axe beak. Like, that's just fun. I like it. That's it. That's my reasoning. Baboon. What's a baboon like? Oops. I have now in front of me, like, my big list of Here, I'm gonna grab my phone charger so I can just have all my druid dudes in front of me. And that way I don't have to, like, keep going back and forth between things. I can just have my big list of druids. My big list of animals. Okay. Baboons get pack tactics. So they got that going for them. But they also have like 3 HP. Pack tactics alone is solid, but yeah, they're very squishy. So I'm gonna say D. How stealthy are they? They're not. I mean, they have decent dex, but they don't have, like, stealth proficiency or anything like that. Badgers. Badgers are S tier just simply because they're badgers. That's it. Oh! Bat. I like the idea of turning into a bat. Again, like, they're pretty squishy. But I think bat's a good one for, like, maneuvering. Like, if you need to make a very quick getaway or sneak into a place, like, turning into a bat's a good way of doing it. Like, a bat's a good thing to kind of, like... I've used a bat wild shape to, like, break into a building and just, like, scout it out. Because they're small and in the night they can go pretty, like, undetected. And they have blind sight, which is nice, too. Bears, any of the bears are solid, but this is specifically a black bear. Badger, 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 mushroom, mushroom. I haven't heard that in forever. But yeah, black bear. A black bear is good early game, but it kind of loses its momentum late game, so I'm gonna put it C. Actually, no, I'll put it B. Because, like, you know, you got, like, keen smell, you got decent enough HP and, like, the bite and claw attack, which is good. And they're fast and can climb things, which is nice too. But yeah, they're definitely better, like, early game. A Bloodhawk. Bloodhawks get pack tactics, and anything with pack tactics is probably gonna be B or higher. But again, they're just kind of, like, weak. Granted, they are faster than bats, and they get pack tactics and keen sight, and are... I think, honestly, they might just be better bat. Like, bat's good because they're tiny, but a Bloodhawk is, like, fast. If you can, like, you know, if you're scouting, I think a Bloodhawk is particularly good. Suddenly bears. Exactly. Boar. Boar is a solid, like... Oh. I accidentally pressed on a blue slot, not a boar. A boar has charge, which honestly, for charge alone, I'm gonna make it S tier, and hear me out. A boar is great if your DM is willing at, like, ramming shit down. A boar is great at just like charging a door and ramming it down. And then they also have Relentless, which is really nice too. Not a whole lot of HP, but I mean, again, early game, boar is solid. Because, yeah, they're just strong. Brachiosaurus, again, it's a dinosaur, so it's immediate S tier. Brown bear is black bear, but better. For now I'm gonna put it in A. I do want to pull up its stats. But it's just a better black bear. Like, you got the 2 attacks, you got more HP, it's just in general stronger. Actually, I'm gonna drop 4 back to A. But yeah, brown bear is really solid. Brown bear is just like you got the 40-foot move speed, you got a 30-foot climb speed, and you can do everything a black bear can do, but better. So it makes sense that it would just be 1 tier higher than a black bear. Next, a camel. Camel is a great, like, pack mule. Like, they're large. A camel is good if you need to get, like, a quick distance. Camel's not good for combat. A camel's not good for combat, but they are good at, like, again, being a pack mule and just carrying people and, like, getting from point A to point B quick. So for that, I'm gonna say B. King Blix is redeeming Uwu. We're Uwuing. Uwu, how are you, Blix? How are you doing? I apologize to you guys that you get to have the next little bit just be us Uwuing all over the place. Oh, when I think of a first quest for a party, I think Wats in the Basement. I think Wats in the Basement, or like goblins, or kobolds stealing stuff from a tavern. Like, that's what I think. Cat. Cat is cat. Cat is S tier just because I like cat. Cat is cute. Cat is solid. No one suspects a cat. No one's gonna look at a cat and be like, oh, what a little... I mean, that's not true. I look at my cat all the time and I'm like, what a little mischievous bastard. But no one's gonna look at a cat and be like, and think that anything that a cat does is anything more than just cat shenanigans. Noel, I hope you have a wonderful day. I hope it's a wonderful day for you. But a cat is a great, just like infiltrator. If you need to just like be in a situation and just be a cat is great. What is that, an owl bear? Is that an owl bear? Yeah, it looks like it's an owl bear. I can't tell what kind of bear that is. It's definitely a bear. It's definitely a bear. What kind of bear was that? Am I dumb? What is it? A grizzly? Maybe it's a... Is it just a brown bear? Then what is this one? We had a brown bear? Is this a dire bear? I'm gonna say a dire bear. I'm gonna say it's a dire bear. That's what I'm gonna say. I mean, bears alone are already good. We got black bear in B tier because they're solid. Brown bear in A tier because they're even more solid. A dire bear is the top tier of bears. Damn it, Arknot! I should have done that for the first session of Folktales. A group of rats have an infestation of grandmas in their basement. A group of, like, rat or mouse folk. Damn! Now I regret everything. Shit. Yeah, black bears and brown bears are different, but brown bears can basically do most of the things black bears could do in a D&D context. Better. Constrictor snake. Constrictor snake is solid just because obviously you've got the constricting part of it. It's got a swim speed, but the main thing is like the grapple, which the grapple also like immediately restrains, which I like. Like, if you hit, you immediately grapple someone, and that grapple is considered a restraint. So. Cow. Who doesn't love a good cow? Unfortunately, in terms of combat, cows aren't great. A cow is just kind of eh. But, I mean, I like cows. And I think they're another good, like, just solid animal. If your DM is cool, maybe they'll let you get some free milk out of it. Crab. Let me tell you something about crabs. Okay? Would you really drink a fellow PC's milk? I've done weirder things. Like... yeah, actually. I've done a lot weirder things with fellow PCs. But let me tell you something about crabs. I was up against, like, a bunch of giant crabs in like, a session of a campaign a friend of mine ran. And these crabs, I don't remember what level we were at, but, like, these crabs were fucking us up, and they should not have been fucking us up that bad. It was, like, a really low-level encounter. It was just, we couldn't hit them, and they kept hitting us. So, these crabs were fuckers. And every time I think of crabs, I think of that. However, yeah, crabs are fine. They're kind of stealthy. They've got swim speed. They got the amphibious thing going, but they're not strong. They're just crabs. Like, they're CR0. So yeah. I think that's supposed to be, what is that? What are they called? Oh, a cranium rat. I think that's what that is. I don't have a cranium rat stat block in front of me, so let me pull that up quick. From what I remember, cranium rats are actually pretty solid. Cranium rat. Okay, just a single cranium rat is not very solid. They're solid in, like, a swarm. But yeah, they're like a CR0. They do have like a telepathy shroud, which I think is kind of cool, just that you can't read a cranium rat's mind. So I guess if you just like are finding yourself in a difficult situation with like someone who can read minds, transforming into cranium rat isn't a bad way to escape that. Vulture, hi! How are you doing? But then again, if you find yourself up against like someone who can read minds, chances are turning into a cranium rat isn't going to mean shit. So I'm going to put cranium rat in E because I don't really think it's particularly useful. Like they've got a 1 piercing damage bite. They're not very strong. They're kind of dexterous, but other things could just do their job better. So that'll be our first E tier. A crocodile. Go back. Crocodiles are solid. They also have the same like grapple type thing that a constrictor snake does, where as long as they hit, you're considered restrained by it. And then they also have like the swim speed and stuff, and can hold their breath for a solid amount of time. So I'm gonna put them also in A tier. They're just solid and big too. Which a constrictor snake does not have. A constrictor snake is quite small unless it's a giant constrictor snake. Alright, what's next? A deer. I like deer. I think deer are very cute. They're fast. They've got a 50-foot move speed, so if you're trying to like run away from something, transforming into a deer isn't a bad way to do it. Just like transform into a deer and dash. But aside from that, they're not very useful, so they're gonna go D. What is this? Another dinosaur, probably. Yeah, I think these are both just dinosaurs, so they're going S tier because we like dinosaurs in this house. A direwolf. Direwolf is S tier. Direwolf is a very solid wild shape. A direwolf, like... A direwolf, I'm convinced, can mess up... Or not mess up, but do solid damage even to, like, a decently strong party. Like, they're fast, they hit pretty hard, they've got the, like, strength save, knock, pack tactics. Like, direwolves are really, really, really good. A dolphin. Oh, I like dolphins. Yeah, see? They're not super duper useful, but they are fast underwater. So if you need like a fast schmoovin' creature in the water, a dolphin's a good one. Is this just a normal ass horse? I think this is just a normal ass horse. Horse is good. Horse is the same thing as I said with camel, where if you need to go from point A to point B, a horse is a good one. It's just, yeah, it's good at getting you where you need to go, and it's fast, and that's good. Whoops. Uh-oh. I pressed a button. I didn't mean to do that. God. Get away. An eagle? Let me pull up eagle stats. Yeah, an eagle ain't great. It's got a decent fly speed. But aside from that, and because it has a fly speed, that's the only reason it's not D tier. Yeah. Eagles are fast. But it's not super worth it, because something hits you, you're immediately unchanged. So, an earth elemental. Earth elemental has like the earth glide, which I think is really cool. I think that's a really interesting way of moving. It's slam. It's also got like the tremor sense. But it also has vulnerability to thunder damage. I'm still gonna put it in A. I don't think it's quite S. But like the Earth Glide is something I really like, where an Earth Elemental can just like move through stone and earth. And not really be like be noticed. Like it doesn't, the earth doesn't move if it does that. An elephant is S. Elephant is an S tier. Again, getting an elephant in there with its like trampling charge and stomp, like, an elephant is solid. I mean, it helps that it's one of the like stronger creatures on this list. But its strength alone, like, elephants have a strength of 22. Which is better than even, like, some minor dragons. Some early dragons, I meant. An elk. An elk, I think, is kind of just, like, a better deer. Abby, you are not talking to the right DMs. That's all I'm saying. I mean, elephants are expensive. That's the only like caveat. But I would love to have an elephant-drawn chariot. But yeah, like an elk is basically just a better deer. Like, it's got the charge attack, it's got the ram. And it's as fast as a deer. It is a higher CR, so harder to transform into, but worth it. A fire elemental. Fire elemental I'm gonna put at S tier, and let me explain why. Yes, it's got the water susceptibility. but it's also got like fire form, which just allows it to like move in a space as narrow as 1 inch wide without squeezing. And like stay in someone's space and have them take fire damage. It's immune to both fire and poison, so the two most common damage types, as well as having the normal elemental like resistances to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing from non-magical weapons. I think it has the most HP, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe that goes to Earth. And instead of like a slam, it has like a touch attack, which can ignite people on fire. And they have to take time to douse the flames. Otherwise, they keep taking fire damage. So it's just like the other elementals don't have that, from what I remember. I don't remember water elemental very much, but yeah, so it's just burny. And also, like, look at that. That just looks cool. So, a flying snake. It's just a snake, but it can fly. Yo, Stitch! Hello! Hi! Welcome! Hi! How was your stream? What were you doing? Hi! Thank you so much! Hello, Raiders! Welcome! For those who do not know me, I am Lil Appleseed. I'm your friendly neighborhood goblin druid. We were playing some radical red. Nice! Exalva, thank you so much for following. Welcome to the orchard. It would help if I typed your name right. There we go. Thank you, Captain Falcon. Thank you for following. Flameful Wisp, thank you for following. So many friends to the orchard today. Gym leader squad, move out! Hell yeah! But I'm Lil Appleseed. I'm your friendly neighborhood goblin druid. I do a lot of indie game stuff. I do a lot of comfy cozy content. I play so much Pokemon. And I really like D&D and musical theater and talk about that all way too much. But more than anything, I just like to have a comfy cozy time where people like, you know, can vibe and just escape the stresses of life for a few hours and hang out with me and watch me suck at video games. However, today, we are actually doing a series of tier lists. I am a D&D goblin druid. And I have some other forms, that being they're all like D&D based. So I've got a Whisper Bard, and then I also have a Life Cleric. And we're doing tier lists based on all those today. You missed Stitch rated Archnon, Stitchosaurus. So we're doing tier lists based on all of those today. One tier list for each class. Starting right now with the Druid Wild Shape tier list. And then we're going to be moving on into a brand new class. A brand new tier list. Oh, that was a short clip. But yeah, a brand new class is debuting today with a brand new tier list of video game weapons, where I asked a bunch of people for video game weapons, and we're gonna rate them based on how cool I find them. But yeah, thank you so much for rating Stitch. If Stitch has talked at all about the VTuber Pokemon League, I am the grass gym leader for that too. So fun little connection there. And yeah, if I've talked a lot about the VTuber Pokemon League, but what is it? What's the command? Crap, that's not it. Arcanon, what's the command? I forget what it is. PL Discord, that's it, damn it. Okay. I will move on with this very, very soon, I promise. But the VTuber Pokemon League, if you're unfamiliar, is a big old Pokemon League of a ton of different VTubers. There is myself as the Grass-type gym leader. There's Arcanon as the wonderful Dragon-type gym leader. There's Stitchosaurus and Cap'n Falcon and Mistora and, like, so many more. And it's all going to be held within Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. The gym leader challenges start up in less than a week. They start up on January 27th, which is absolutely wild. You can challenge myself personally on Tuesdays from Exalva's the fire gym leader, like so many lovely folks. You can challenge myself as the wonderful grass gym leader on Tuesdays from 7 p.m. CST to, I'm thinking, probably 10 p.m. CST. I'm still workshopping those times. I might add another day. Just, we'll see how many challengers want to challenge me, really. But, yeah, it's a big tournament. Once you get at least 8 gym badges, in which there is a gym leader for every single Pokemon type, so you got lots of folks to fight. Once you get at least 8 gym badges, then you can take on our Pokemon tournament, which is just going to be a big tournament. Challenges are being held to the 24th of February, I believe, if my memory serves me properly. And yeah, it's a big thing. If you want more information, join the little Discord, because honestly, that can explain it way better than I can. So. Mine said the same day, so it must be right. Oh, good. That makes me feel a little less bad. But yeah, all the information you need, you can find in the Discord. And if you have any questions, you can always just send me a DM too, on Twitter or in Discord. And like, I'm always around. I'm easy to contact. Crap, it's not social. It's just socials. It's just social. But, anyways, back to the list. A flying snake. A flying snake does have flyby, which means in terms of early game wild shapes, it's honestly one of the best, just because you can fly in, bite something, and fly out. Yes, that too. But yeah, in terms of early game shit, honestly, a flying snake is probably one of the better ones. Actually, in terms of early game shit, it's really good. Because it's got a normal move speed, it's got a fly speed, it's got a swim speed. Yeah, it only does 1 piercing damage with its bite. But also 3d4 poison damage. So I'm gonna put it like top, like S tier, because for low level S tier, yeah, it's S tier for sure. I don't think there actually is a dragon. Because technically speaking, a dragon isn't actually a wild shape. I guess. I don't know. I didn't make the list! Talk to Uzi about it! A frog. Frog's got a good jump. But that's about all a frog has going for it, unfortunately, as much as I do really love frogs. They got a good jump, and they're amphibious, but that's about it. No, you cannot, technically speaking, you can't even transform into a dinosaur, except for stuff like polymorph. I don't think, are the dinosaurs considered beasts? Maybe they are. Maybe I'm wrong, actually. Oh yeah, the dinosaurs are considered beasts. So this is very specifically beasts, and because dragon is its own category, the dragons are all dragons. Now, I do believe this badger, but it has red eyes, is just a dire badger. So, because of having both badger and dire badger, I am going to put normal badger down to A, and dire badger up in S. Or maybe it's a giant badger. I don't know. Yeah, I think now we're into the giant ones. So a giant bat, all the giant ones, I'm probably just going to put a tier above what their thing is. So a boar, a giant boar can go there. I think this is a giant centipede. There was no normal centipede. What's a giant centipede like? Oh, it's got... It's got not a lot of hit points. No, they're the giant versions. A giant centipede has not a lot of hit points, but it can do a lot of poison damage with its bite. And if the poison damage reduces a target to 0 hit points, the target is stable but poisoned for 1 hour, even after regaining hit points, and is paralyzed. Which is kind of dope. So I'm gonna put it in B. A giant constrictor snake goes up in S. Giant crab will go in B. A giant crocodile will go up in S. A giant eagle can go up in B. Yeah, again, it's just easier to categorize these this way. A giant elk can go up in A. Giant fire beetle. Not great. Gonna be real. It's a CR0. It sheds bright light. It's got a not great bite attack. Yeah, it's got +1 to hit and then does 1d6 -1 slashing. There's really nothing good about a giant fire beetle. There's no reason to transform into one. Even its armor, it's only got 13 AC. So, it's got blind sight. That's really the only good thing it's got going for it. So. Uzi! Hi! Guys, it's Uzi! Uzi's the wonderful folk who made this list. Hi, Uzi! Forced me to compliment myself. I always get really nervous when I've got new class debuts for things, and I'm always pleasantly surprised by my viewership, because I convince myself that it's gonna be like, I always convince myself that the stream's gonna flop, but people always show up, and I guess my compliment to myself is that it's easy for me to get overwhelmed and nervous, but people do genuinely really enjoy my content and like when I do cool new things, and that's really cool, and that says a lot, I think, about me and the stuff I do. Anyways. How are you doing today, Uzi? I hope you're doing quite well. Alright. A giant frog! Now, was it a giant frog or a giant toad that I did recently? I think it was a giant toad. But giant frog is similar. Like, a giant frog is... A giant toad is just like the step above a giant frog, basically. But I recently, in D&D, I have my witch character, and she is a familiar that's a pixie. And before people go off at me being like, oh, you can't have a pixie as a familiar. Yes, I know, it was supposed to be a sprite. My DM fucked up. I have talked to him about it, and he's like, I don't know, pixie's more fun, so you can have that until I feel it's broken. So, whatever. But, this pixie has the ability to polymorph people. So I polymorphed one of our party members, the character that the captain plays in that campaign. I will hydrate. Thank you, Arcanon. I polymorphed him into a giant toad. And he swallowed the monster that we were fighting, and that is essentially how we won the fight. It was just this monster was trapped inside him. And it was doing residual acid damage. But, yeah, giant frog, giant toad, let me tell you, that shit's useful. I'm gonna take giant toad now and put that in S tier. But that swallow ability, if you can get it off, like, that's a really solid way of just doing good chip damage. Because they're restrained, so the chances of them hitting you are low. But... 4 on an Apple stream? Yes, I checked my posture. I was gonna get to that, Arcanon. Always swallow. Got it. Exactly. You get it. Why is there 2 things for giant goat? Are these separate, or is there just 2 for giant goat for whatever reason? Because giant goat and goat. Okay, gotcha. That makes sense. Okay. I'll treat the first one as the giant goat, I guess. Gore? I think a normal goat I'd probably put in C, and a giant goat I'm gonna put in B. Because it's fast, it's got sure-footed, it's got the charge ability, and charge is really good. Actually, you know what? No. A and B. A and B. The charge ability is really solid. I've used that many a time. Giant hyena. Which I don't think I've ever used. I mean, hyena's got, like, rampage, and a giant hyena actually has really solid, hit points and speed. As well as, like, a 2d6 bite attack. So, you know what, we'll put that in A. That's pretty solid. And, you know, I love the idea of just, like, becoming a hyena and jumping out from the bush and attacking something. I mean, they are a large creature, so me being stealthy probably won't really succeed, but yeah, you never know. Giant lizard. Got a decent bite and a climb speed. I think it's meant to be a giant hyena because this is normal hyena over here. Which, again, I'm just gonna put the normal one in B. Yeah, right now we're in all the giant creatures. Giant lizard is probably gonna go in D. It's got, like, dark vision, and, like, it's got a climb speed, so actually, maybe we'll go C, because climb speed is solid, but, I probably wouldn't choose it over other things with a climb speed. Next, a giant octopus. If you're doing an underwater combat, a giant octopus is probably your, maybe not your best option, but one of your better options. I'm not. No, I'm all flustered. Yeah, there is the tentacles, which is a, like, only +5 to hit, but it does solid damage, and a, like, DC 16 grapple, like, restrained effect. And an octopus is good if you want to sneak up on someone underwater. So I'm going to put a giant octopus in A. I don't think it's quite S tier. Here's the thing. I love octopus and squid. Like, I love calamari. I love, like, when I go out for sushi, the sushi place near me, the captain and I often go to has, like, fried squid tentacles, and I always get that. I don't like takoyaki. Maybe I just need to try it again because it's been a few years, but the last time I tried takoyaki, I was like, I'm not a fan. Yeah. I don't enjoy it. Maybe I just need to try it again, but the last time I had it, I was like, I didn't like it. I don't remember where I had it, honestly. I think it was at like a local tourist, There's a pretty big tourist attraction in my area that has, like, a little marketplace, and it has a lot of, like, food from different cultures. See, I'm always scared to try new things on my own dollar. If I'm trying new things on someone else's dollar, fuck it. I'll try whatever. Taiyaki's good. I love taiyaki. The one time I've had taiyaki, I really enjoyed it. Is this a giant hawk? Oh no, a giant owl. Which also has flyby. So, because of flyby, it's another pretty solid, like, first, like, early game transformation. 2d6 slashing, if you can hit. And keen hearing and sight, so. And I like owls. A giant poisonous snake, if you can get the poison off, is really good. Because the poison is a DC 11 con save, but 3d6 poison damage. And that's only CR 1/4. And an AC of 14, which isn't bad for something like that. and you got a swim speed and stuff. I mean, I'm someone that, like, despite a swim speed existing, I have done combat underwater in a D&D campaign, I think, once. Like, I've only ever done, like, water-based combat once. And I get the, like, mechanics are a little screwy. Yeah, I've never really needed to use things with swim speeds. But I guess that's depending on your DM, right? Giant Rat's got the pack tactics. It's got really solid dark vision, up to 60 feet. But here's the thing, and this is going to be my bias showing, I don't like rats. I like mice, I really like mice. But I don't like rats, and therefore it's D-tiered just because of that. Look, I said it was a multitude of factors deciding on this list. No, I don't. Rats are. Ugh. I like mice. Mice are cute. A giant scorpion. Fun fact about giant scorpions. In my first ever D&D campaign I played in, on my second session ever playing D&D, we were up against a giant scorpion that we then managed to tame and befriend and called Cinnamon. That was my second ever session of D&D ever, and first, like, full session I ever played. Cinnamon the giant scorpion. Cinnamon was lovely. We traded Cinnamon with nothing but love and care, and Cinnamon was a powerful ally. And for that nostalgia alone, I'm gonna put it in S tier. I loved Cinnamon. Also just 3 attacks. Claws, like 2 claw attacks and 1 sting attack. Really solid, like, AC and hit points for a CR3 creature. Bitch, shut up. Is that a giant seahorse next? Is that just a horse in the sea for a giant seahorse? I love it. Again, my hatred for rats. And also cranium rats, like, it's one of those creatures that, you could turn into something else of the same CR and do, like, and have it be better. Like, you don't need a cranium rat. Yeah, I know, but still, no. A giant seahorse. It gets a charge attack. And it's like a water charge creature, so I'm gonna put it in B. A giant shark! It's just a normal shark, but better. And normal sharks already are really solid. I'm Year of the Rat, no wonder you hate me. Maybe that's why. I'm Year of the Ox, I think. I think that's what I am. I think. But yeah, a giant shark, honestly, is really, really solid. I mean, it's a CR5 creature, so of course it is. Really good hit points. It's huge. Blood Frenzy is amazing, which is just like, damn, Amp, you really got me there. Fuck, my heart. 23 strength, which is really, really good, obviously. But Blood Frenzy, which is just has advantage on melee attack rolls against any creature that doesn't have all its hit points. So if you hit something once, you're gonna be just fucking shit up. Where's Is normal shark on here too? I'm assuming this is the normal shark. Although maybe not. Is there something between like rhino and owl? Yeah, you're a VIP. I think you've been a VIP for a little bit. Did you not notice? Oh, that's a reef shark. That's what that's supposed to be. Is there just a normal shark? Apple, I'm very oblivious. Okay, that's fair. Reef sharks... I'll do reef shark while I'm at it, too. Reef sharks don't get blood rampage. They get pack tactics, which is really, really solid. But they don't quite get A tier just because they don't get blood rampage, which is what makes a giant shark so good. But no, anyone that I do enough shit with and consider like a really good friend gets VIP, and I think all the members of my D&D stuff, like my D&D campaigns, are VIPs. So like everyone in Folktales is a VIP, everyone in Pokemon 5e is a VIP. Yeah, Pack Tactics is so good. Yeah, you should be VIP. Are you not VIP? You should be. I mean, you have enough fucking badges. You've got enough shit. Do you need to be a VIP too? I'm pretty sure you are, though. Giant Spooter. Oh, you don't think you can be mod and VIP? Weird. A giant spooter, yeah, solid stealth, like +7 to stealth. Spider climb, web sense can be really good, actually, if you're doing like, if you're in a combat specifically up against spiders and you become like a giant spider, because like as long as you're touching the web, you know exactly where any other creature touching the same web is. And the web like attack is pretty solid too, so I'm gonna actually say A. Giant toad, I already put an S because of what I explained earlier. Giant vulture also gets pack tactics. It does get a bit more HP than some of the other like pack tactics creatures, so I'm gonna put it in A. It also gets a beak and talon attack too, so that's solid. Giant wasp. Giant wasp, I'm not gonna lie, I want to put an S just because, I don't know, the idea of just like going around as like a bee or wasp as a druid and stinging people is really funny to me. They also get like the paralyzing poison thing if they drop someone to 0 with it. And same thing where it's like a DC 11 con save, but if they fail, it's 3d6 poison damage. So a giant wasp is a good way of like neutralizing someone who isn't like a huge threat, but you just like want them down. Yeah, I'm gonna put it in A just because, again, I find it funny. What's next? A giant weasel! Fun fact about giant weasel that I'll get the captain to share on stream at some point. His first ever D&D character was killed by a giant weasel. In the first session he ever played. But I don't know. Again, giant weasel is just funny to me, so therefore it's S tier. I just love the idea of a giant fucking weasel. If you fill every space in an area with giant wasps, the big bad demon overlord can't teleport behind you. Solid reasoning. Exactly. A giant wolf spider. Which is basically a giant spider, but better. Like, it's just a better giant spider, so I'm gonna put in an S. I think it's better. Is it better? Is it weaker? No, actually, a giant spider is better. What am I talking about? I'm dumb. I'm dumb. Ignore me, I'm dumb. Anyways, next we got... this looks like some sort of dinosaur. I don't know what kind of dinosaur that is. But either way, they were dinosaurs, so that's an immediate S. That's the way we've been doing it. If they're a dinosaur, it becomes S tier. Because I like dinosaurs. A hawk is another one of those, like... It can kind of just be outdone by other things. Like, it's not great. It is another, like, solid scout, though. Where it's got, like, really solid perception. And good at just kind of scanning an area. So maybe I'll put it up to C. Because actual stats-wise, like, it's just a CR0 creature, so its stats aren't great. But, with, like, keen sight and, like, a really solid perception and passive perception, if you want to just scout something out, a hawk is probably a good way of doing it. Okay. Next. Is that a hunter shark that the next one is? I think so. I think that's a hunter shark. Which, a hunter shark does have blood frenzy. A hunter shark does have blood frenzy, so it's going A tier. If I see a giant fucking anything, I'm killing it. I don't care if it's just bigger than average. And then I think this is a jackal. Next. This isn't a giant one. This isn't a giant hawk. It's just a normal hawk. It's just a normal ass hawk. So it is a good scout because it's literally just a hawk. No one's going to suspect. Just a hawk. We're out of the giants. We're into the normal ass ones now. Was there a giant hawk? And if so, where did I put that? Oh, did I say giant hawk? Well, either way, it's just a normal hawk. No, there was giant eagle before. but there was no hawk. Regardless. A jackal kind of suffers from the same problem as, like, a lot of the things in D tier of, like, it's fine, but other things can do it stuff just better. It does have pack tactics, though. But it's a CR0 creature with pack tactics. And gets a, you know, only has a +1 to hit. And gets a -1 to its damage. So even so, it's D. Okay, a killer whale. Has got the echolocation thing going. Really good swim speed, solid HP because it's a CR3 creature. It can hold its breath for 30 minutes. And if it bites you, youch, that fucking hurts. 5d6 plus 4? Holy shit. Yeah, killer whale's gonna be an S. Because Jesus Christ. If it is up on land, it can't move at all. But it can hold its breath. So if you find, like, for whatever reason you gotta fight a beached killer whale, it can still hurt you. Just can't move closer to you. A lion! Lion's really good. Lion's CR1, you got Keen Smell, you got Pack Tactics, you got Pounce, you got Running Leap. All of those are really solid abilities. Lion's an A tier. What is that? Is that just a normal lizard? No. What is that? Is that like a Locatha? Is it just a fish? A regular lizard. Okay. I mean, a giant lizard was pretty shit, so I think a regular lizard probably, like, as much as I do like lizards, I think it has to go E tier because a giant lizard wasn't great and a regular lizard's even worse. Does still have the climb speed, so you know what? We'll go D because of the climb speed. A mammoth. Mammoth. A mammoth is like a better elephant. An elephant was already like S tier, so yeah, mammoth's for sure S tier. Like 24. Yeah, automatic S. A mastiff. It's just a doggo. It's just a doggy. So because of that, I want to go S tier. It does have the bite and like knock prone thing and 40 feet of movement. But in actuality, a mastiff's fine. Like it's nothing to write home about. A mule. I'm gonna put a mule up in B, not because its stats are actually good, but because it is, like, the perfect carry animal. Like, it counts as large just for its carrying size. It's got, like, sure-footed. So if something tries to knock it down, it will likely stay up. But yeah, it is the perfect packed animal. And even, like, transforming into one briefly to get to point A to point B. If it's, like, a quick walk. A mule's good for that. Normal octopus. Where did I put giant octopus? I'm just going to put normal octopus like a tier below it. Okay, so normal octopus will go B. An owl. Well, we had giant owl earlier, which was S. So I'm going to put an owl in A. Out of all the CR0 creatures to turn into, and I know you can't turn into anything with a fly speed for a while, but an owl's probably the best one because of flyby. And again, especially in the night, really solid passive perception and like dark vision of 120. So owl's a perfect night scout. Just tiny, perch yourself on a tree, look out, see what you can see. A panther. A panther's got pounce and keen smell. Also really solid stealth. Because of pounce, I'm going to put it in B. Because pounce is actually really good. Which is like the moving 20 feet towards a creature and then like hitting it with a claw attack. It can like knock someone over. And then make a bite attack if it does succeed in knocking someone over, which is just really good. So, a plesiosaurus. Again, dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are immediate S tier. We love us some dinosaurs. A poisonous snake, I think is what this little guy's supposed to be. Which we did have the giant poisonous snake, did we not? Where did I put that? Was there a giant poisonous snake? I thought there was. Now I'm doubting. Now I'm doubting myself. Yeah, there was. Where is Apple on this list? I mean, I'm not a wild shape. So, where did I put giant poisonous snake? Where are you, buddy? There's giant centipede. There's constrictor snake. There's the giant poisonous snake. So we'll put the normal poisonous snake in B. But I'm not a wild shape, Kiro. I'm a goblin. I mean, if you're counting the goblin form, then that's like SS or S+. And thank you, good apple boy, for lurking. I appreciate you. Polar bear. Polar bear is pretty good. Polar bear is another, like, just solid one of the bear family. Probably same tier as a brown bear. Solid hit points. The bite and claw attack. Yeah. Just brown, or blah, 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 blah. Polar bear is solid. A pony! Who doesn't love a good pony, eh? Ponies are cute. Ponies are fine. You know, they're, again, good, just quick packed animal. Load up a pony with some stuff and let it go off. Pterodactyls are obviously S+, or S, just because all dinosaurs are S tier. A Quipper! A Quipper is a tiny little being, like a tiny little fish, that has blood frenzy. In terms of a CR0 creature, a Quipper is probably one of the best. Thank you for lurking, Uzi. But in terms of a CR0 creature, I'm going to say Quipper is probably one of the better ones. So I'm going to put in an S. Again, I know you don't get anything with a swim speed for a while. But yeah, you're only doing like the 1 piercing damage. Actually, because you're only doing the 1 piercing damage, maybe I'll put it down in A. But you can just like keep hitting a bitch, basically, and do that tiny little chip damage. They're bitey little fucks. That's what I'm trying to say. That's just a normal-ass rat, and we all know where my thoughts on giant rat were, so sorry. Sorry if you're a rat stan. Raven. A Raven, I'm gonna put in B simply because of mimicry. Like, yes, it's just a DC 10 insight, but mimicry is really good. If you can, like, you know, fake a certain sound, that could be really useful. Again, actual stats, not great, but being able to fake certain noises is good. A rhino's got charge. Charge alone makes it A to me. Charge and gore, both really good. And, like, really solid strength. If you're a CR2 creature, like 21 strength. I'm gonna lower Quipper, because it does such little damage, but Blood Frenzy is really good. A riding horse is an even faster normal horse. I'm gonna put it in B. Actually, I'm gonna put it in A, because it's fast, and I put a normal horse in B. No. I'm dropping normal horse to C. Riding horse is gonna go B. I'm very good at making up my mind, if you guys couldn't tell. I'm great at it. Okay, a saber-toothed tiger. Is good stealth creature. It is a large size, but got that +6 to stealth. Got pounce, keen smell, able to do a bite or a claw attack, both that do solid damage. So a saber-toothed tiger is gonna go in A. Just a normal-ass scorpion. I know I put giant scorpion up in S, and the way I've been doing things is very much like... Beb! Hello! Hi! Hi, Beb! How's it going? Insert rage message here. What is this YouTube clip that was just sent in my chat? Should I be scared? I'm a little scared. It's an unavailable video. Great. Cool. Bab Braid, Bab Braid, Bab Braid. Thank you, Bab. Hello, welcome, readers. If you don't know me, I'm Little Appleseed. I'm your friendly neighborhood goblin druid. I like to play a lot of comfy, cozy games. I do a lot of Pokemon content. Oh my god, I can't type. I do a lot of Pokemon content. I play a lot of indies and stuff. And more often, or more than anything, I just like to have a comfy, cozy time. Where we can relax and de-stress from the crazy times of the world. And today we're doing a bunch of tier lists for all my different Appleseed classes and debuting a brand new class. We are almost done our first tier list out of the 4 we're doing today, which is a Druid Wild Shape tier list. And yeah, it's been fun so far. We've been having a nice vibe time. Yay! Thank you for the resub, Beb. Yummy, 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 yummy fruit salad. Yeah, I'm hoping the other tier lists don't go nearly as long. There's not nearly as many things on the other tier lists, aside from, like, the new class tier list, obviously. But, okay, normal seahorse is probably gonna go in, like, D. It's kind of just not great. Actually, it might go E. It's got, like, a hit point of 111 AC. Literally can't attack. It can breathe water and that's it. And swim. A seahorse is not good. Just a normal ass seahorse. But I appreciate the raid, Bab. Thank you so much. Okay. Next, just a normal spider. A normal spider still gets web sense, which I did say was good. Out of, like, very low level transformations, a spider's probably one of the better options. Because you get stuff like spider climb. There's the bite and, like, poison damage and everything. So. Dinosaurs always go in S. What on earth is this? What on earth is this next one? What is that supposed to be? What is that? I have no, what is that? I don't know what that is. Uzi, are you still here? What is that supposed to be? I'm so confused. Is it another dinosaur of some kind? I'm gonna say it's another dinosaur of some kind and put it in an S. Either way, it looks silly, so I'm putting it in an S because of that. Okay, a tiger. A tiger and a panther kind of at similar tiers. Is a panther a higher CR or a lower CR? Yeah, panther is just kind of a weaker tiger. So a tiger can kind of just go above where I put panther. So a tiger will go in A tier. Triceratops can go up there. That's a Tyrannosaurus Rex, which is like the best dinosaur. There's no better healing spell in all of D&D than T-Rex. Let me tell you that for a gosh dang fact. A vulture. A vulture's got them pack tactics, which is solid, obviously. But in terms of like anything else, it's not great. It does do a D4 of piercing, so maybe I'll put it in B. Because for a CR0 monster, for it to not just do like 1 damage is big. A warhorse is the best type of horse there is. So a warhorse gets to go all the way up to A. A warhorse is actually pretty solid. Now a water elemental. Water elemental has the, like, freeze ability. In which, oh, never mind. Never mind. I was misreading. But it has Whelm as its kind of big thing. Which is like, each creature in the elemental space must make a DC 15 strength save. And then targets are restrained and grappled and unable to breathe unless they can breathe water. So Whelm's actually pretty solid. I don't know if it's as solid as the fire elemental stuff, though. So I'm gonna just put it in A. I don't think it's that good. A weasel. Weasels are cute, so for that alone, it's going in B. And then a wolf. A normal-ass wolf. Normal-ass wolf gets pack tactics, and pack tactics are really good. For a CR, like, 1/4 creature, I think wolves are probably one of the better ones. Alright. With that, our druid tier list is done. I'm gonna quickly go run to the washroom and then set up for our bard tier list. So if y'all could just hang on for a little bit, friends, I will be right back. I'll turn on more bard-esque music, and we'll go from there. Let's see. I'll be right back, friend. Hello. How are you all? I hope you're doing quite well. It's been a while since we've seen each other, hasn't it? I hope you're all having a wonderful time. Now, I forgot to edit this to my liking, so we're just going to get rid of quite a few little rows here and just keep it very simple. Of our two categories in Smash or Pass, we have most of the races here. There's not quite the new ones, including, like, you know, the Uzian, the Hadazi, well, I can't list them all. Thrycreen, that's another one that's not on here. But for some reason there's also Orc and Orc of Exandria. Why they needed to differentiate between that, but just have Elf instead of, like, you know, Wood Elf and High Elf are beyond me, really. But I hope either way we all have fun here. Hey, are you ready? Are we ready to just dive straight in? See what the world has for us? In terms of romance, I suppose. Here, I'll turn down the music just a bit so you can hear me all a bit better. Yeah, I think let's just go right into it. So let's start off with the obvious. Obviously, us goblins were a smash. Let's look at us. We're beautiful, we're gorgeous. If they're anything like me, then they're even more so. But it would be mighty hypocritical of me to not want to be with other goblins, don't you think? In terms of other smashes, orcs are a must. Oh, there's nothing quite like having a nice orc going to bed with you. And just having a good lay with an orc. Orcs are strong, orcs are mighty, orcs are fun in the sack, to put it kindly. The rest is where I'm not entirely sure. And I'm open to discussion on where you all think things should be. I think a normal tiefling is probably a smash. They have their fiendish roots, they have horns. Who doesn't want to grab onto horns while doing the dirty? A feral tiefling, much the same. What's the difference between a feral tiefling and a normal tiefling? Is a feral tiefling supposed to be like an abyssal tiefling as opposed to an infernal tiefling? What's the difference there? I'm genuinely unsure. What's the difference? Does anyone know? probably also just because it's me, Dragonborn needs to be in the Smash category. I enjoy Dragonborn. I think they appeal to my specific senses, to put it simply. I have always said that I am a fan of Scales. I am a fan of Dragonborn. That doesn't change. I enjoy Dragonborn immensely. I think another hard smash is Changelings, because Changelings can really be whatever you want them to be, right? Like, they're kind of just whatever you dream of. Like, whatever you want a changeling to be, they can be. So, why wouldn't you smash that? Alright, although then you get into, like, the succubus problem. Like, theoretically, a succubi can be whatever you want it to be, but then you run into the problem of, like, it could be too exact. Yuan-Ti. I think a Yuan-Ti pureblood mostly just looks like a human, if I'm not mistaken. They don't even have, like, the snake bottom half, like a Lamia type situation. A Yuan-Ti pureblood, I believe, just looks like a human. But have, like, the snake kind of abilities. And the ability to become part snake. And once again, like, who doesn't want snake? Like, seriously, who wouldn't want... I don't want this music. This is too peaceful. I need something a bit more. We could just turn on, like, a lo-fi. We'll just do, like, fantasy lo-fi, maybe. That works. Alright. Now. Yeah, a Yuan-Ti pureblood just basically has, like, human looks, but can have the snake other half, which is kind of ideal. So Minotaur, let's be honest, who hasn't thought of a Minotaur? Who hasn't thought of a Minotaur in that regard? Let's be real here. I think we've all thought about it in some regard. I can imagine it would be painful, but I mean, I'd still do it. I don't know what the difference of Orcs of Exandria and Orcs of Eberron are. What do each of those do? Are they any different? Like, Minotaurs and Centaurs, both big, belly bulging, and muscular. And you're saying that as if it's an issue? Like, what does an Eberron work like? And I still don't know why we need to discern from them. they all have like the same stats and things, so I think I'm just gonna put them all here. I like orcs. I want I want orcs. That's, yeah, I don't know what else to say in that regard. I'm trying to do as many smashes as I can think of at once, and then we'll move to passes. Goliath is just a, like, big, giant-like humanoid. Like, they do have the humanoid shape, but they're just very strong and big. And big. Very big. And that's where I'll leave that. What are your thoughts on the more avian races? I'll get to it. Give me a moment. Gosh. What else are, like, totally asking for a friend? Oh, half-orcs too. Half-orcs are, I mean, they're humans. They're human-like, but orc strength. So why wouldn't I, you know? I think going into our first pass would be Lokatha, which is literally just a fish. Like, it's just a fish. There's not even, like, a human part there. It's just a fish. And I think that's a little veering into my level of not quite comfortable. Oh no, I enjoy seafood. I just... If it was... I think Triton will probably be a smash, because that's fish human. But it's literally just a fish. Yeah, Triton will put in smash, because that's like seafaring, fishy humanoid, but... humans, also. Grungs are wonderful. I love grungs. They are just little frog people, basically. But yeah, humans obviously are smash. Same with elves. I don't see any reason not to smash them. Elves are usually conventionally attractive. You ever lick a grung? I can't say I have. Would you recommend? Dhampir are half vampire, half humans. And I will admit, and this may surprise some of you, but vampires are not something that really get to me. Biting is, but vampires specifically, I don't quite see the appeal of, unlike a lot of individuals. However, like, half human, like, that happens to have pointy teeth, okay. If you want to do something there, I mean, I'm not going to say no, you know? If you wish to sink your teeth into my neck, I mean, I'm not going to be like, oh, please don't. Oh, that's terrible. You know. Next. I'm not sure I'd want to do either Leonin or Tabaxi. Just because... Exactly. And just because barbed penises. And I can't say that I think that would be particularly comfortable. I don't think I'd enjoy that much. I must say. So, I think... Yeah, exactly. I don't find that being enjoyable for any of the parties involved, really. Half-elves are a smash. I mean, they're just... I mean, half-elves don't have to be half-human, half-elf. They're just half-elves, but they're just prettier humans. Mostly, so... They have the elven blood. The idea of being the shifter and then beginning to shift while entangled with each other, let's say, to keep it as PG as we can while doing a list of this regard, is appealing, is all I'm going to say. Especially because there's 4 different variations of shifters. There's the long-toothed ones, which are things like saber-tooth tigers or stuff like that. There's like a hunter, which are things like wolves. What are the other 2? Oh, now I have to look this up. It's gonna bother me. What are the other shifters? Longtooth, Wild Hunt. What's the other 2? Beast Hide, which is like bear or boar, and Swift Stride, which is stuff like usually like feline. Yeah, I think that would be appealing, to put it simply. Okay, yes, now we're starting to get into the ones that I'm not as sure about. When a feline shifter changes, do barbs become an issue? I will stretch, thank you, Shooty. And I will also hydrate and make sure I'm sitting up straight. Gabby, we are on the Bard Appleseed D&D Race Smasher Pass. It's probably going to be a much shorter list, and Cleric Apple will be after this. Yeah, now we're on the ones that I'm less certain about. Alright. To answer Vulture's question, I think it would depend on what the Aarakocra is. Something like a vulture or an eagle would be more appealing than something like a parrot or an ostrich, for example, I think. I think it would greatly depend on what the Aarakocra is, but for the most part, I would probably say Smash. It would absolutely, yeah, exactly. I don't want to have a full-on conversation while I'm doing the do, you know? That's not true. Breaking character for a moment. If it's dirty talk, hell yeah. If it's, like, you know, us, we're doing stuff and we're laughing together, also hell yeah. But if it's just like, if it's just having like someone talking too much at me while I'm trying to have sex, I want to smash. That's too much. Genasi I think is a smash. I think for the most part. Thank you, Chaos. We're having a good day thus far. We're almost on our Bard Apple tier list, and then we just have Cleric, and then our brand new class gets to be debuted, and I'm very excited and nervous for that. But it has been a lovely day so far. Genasi, though, I think is definitely a smash. Genasi is... you think it's a warlock? It might be. You'll have to see. Genasi is a smash. They basically just have elemental affinities. I think it would probably be more attractive to have, like, a fire elemental, or maybe, like an earth elemental affinity. Like a fire Genasi or an earth Genasi. It's because earth Genasi tend to be, like, strong, and fire Genasi... Fire is good, is all I'm saying. Oh, this needs to be turned up a little bit. Kenku I think is a little too a little out of my comfort zone. I could do an Aarakocra, I don't think I could do a Kenku. Because Kenku are very specifically, like, small, flightless raven Aarakocra that also can't speak properly. They use mimicry, and they make sounds and stuff and can mimic sounds, but I don't. I think Kenku would have to be a pass. Grung as well, just because their bodies are poisonous, and I can imagine that you know, their other bits would be poisonous too. Firing a trade missile while doing the do will be hilarious. That would be very funny. Verdant, are Verdants just goblins? I don't know much about Verdants. What are they? Are they essentially just goblins? They look like goblins. What is a Verdant? Nerds? I can believe that. Descendants of goblins and hobgoblins. That's what I'm reading. And they have limited telepathy? Interesting. Yeah, they just seem like telepathic goblins. And we already know goblins were a smash, so... Imagine, like, commanding me around without even needing to tell me anything. Actually, hang on. Hang on, let me enjoy that thought for but a moment. Okay, yeah, alright. That sounds pretty good. Aasimar? Again, I think it would depend on the Aasimar. Maybe I should actually... Here's what I'm going to do. Depends on the type. So I'm going to put Shifter in here. I'm going to put Aarakocra in here. Shifter just because, whoever it was it Abby? Yeah, Abby mentioned the barbs. And also I'm going to put Elf here because I don't think I'd want to be with a Drow. Because they're typically very evil. Of course, that could make it more fun, actually, now that I think about it. It really depends on what you're into. Never mind. Apparently Verdant puberty is quite the complicated thing. Now I'm curious. What is Verdant puberty like? Yeah, Aasimar would depend on the type of Aasimar. There are Fallen Aasimar, Scourge Aasimar, and then whatever the other one is. Scourge Aasimar literally have like a radiant glow that like burn people? That I don't think would be very fun. The most noticeable change, and the only one that seemed to be common to all Verdant, was in stature. Over a period of days, at a certain point in their adult lives, Verdant painfully grew to the size of hobgoblins. Interesting. Do you think the Mario Bros could beat Sephiroth? No. No, I don't think so. Lizard folk, I'm probably going to put in Smash. They're a little primal. And Scales, which we already know my thoughts on. So, hobgoblins tend to be just meaner goblins that are taller and tend to have like a magical affinity. So I guess that can be a Smash. Other changes happen at different moments. Oh dear God. Along their adult lives, their skin, hair, and eye color could change from their original, oh my goodness, jade to any shade of green. Their ears, similar to that of an elf's, could grow extremely long, Just common for Verdant who display that trait to wear their ears tied up behind their heads. Changes in sex or gender were also frequent. That sounds fascinating, actually. That kind of makes me want to play a Verdant at some point. But like a young Verdant that could be going through puberty? Interesting. Vidalcan are all about, like, perfection. Like, they want to have the perfect bodies, the perfect, like, minds, the perfect everything, really. So, I think Vidalcan has to be a smash. Because they just want... They want things to be perfect, so... That better be good, you know? If they're striving for perfection, it better be the best damn sex of my life. Like, that's all I'm saying. I do actually really like Vidalcan. Hexblood are just Fae-born humanoids. Like, humanoids that have been cursed by Fae. Yeah, they're infused with eldritch magic, Fae energy, or mysterious witchcraft. They usually have ties to, like, hags. And have, like, a strange, eerie token. But yeah, they do tend to look more hag-like. So things such as like forked ears or long hair that constantly is regrowing. Weird, like, green skin. An irremovable living crown. That doesn't sound like a deal breaker necessarily. I think it would. Depends on what features they have. I think it would depend on what we're getting ourselves into. Dwarves are... Here's my D&D hot take. Okay? Hear me out. I think dwarves would either be the best, most devout lovers in the goddamn world, or wouldn't be able to make you come. It's one extreme or the other. It's either they are extremely attentive and passionate and, like, devoted only to you, or they have no idea what they're doing and they're only interested in getting their rocks off. And I don't think there's any in between. I think if you're, like, a dwarf's, like, paramour, like, their one true love, it will be the most attentive sex in the world. But otherwise, I don't think a dwarf would be a good lover. Is that a hot take? I feel like that's a hot take. But I'm gonna say pass on dwarves because I don't think they would make for good lovers. No, obviously there's exceptions to every rule, but... Gnomes and halflings are both just little. And granted, I'm a goblin, so I'm also just little. But I know what I like, and I like to be filled by things that are big. So I'm going to pass on both of those. A turtle is just a turtle person. I have yet to find a turtle attractive. If anyone has me attractive turtle art, send it my way. Because I'm curious. I'm curious now if I can... I want to get my rocks off to a turtle. I want to see if I can. It's an experiment. It's an experiment on whether we can get our rocks off to a turtle. Bowsette. Bowsette I guess counts, but turtles again. Turtles are very turtle. They're not, here's a human with a turtle shell. They are actual, like, anthropomorphic turtles. That's different than Bowsette. Just picture your favorite Ninja Turtle. I never really liked the Ninja Turtles, so Centaurs have a horse lower half. Now that isn't to say that I haven't thought about the centaur girl from Monster Musume, but but she also is my least favorite girl in that entire show, so I don't even remember her name. I think I remember most of their other names. Centaura, is that it? Is her name that close to Centaur and I still didn't remember it? Yeah, I like the Doulahan girl a lot, and the Lamia. I like Sue, my slime queen. Oh, and Arachnaria. That's because she appeals to me very specifically. The Harpy is too childlike, I agree. Reborn are basically just like undead. They're alive and they shouldn't be. So that teeters a little bit into necrophilia, which I'm not a fan of, so I will pass. Fairy, they're so small. They're so small. And I, as someone who prefers to be the one getting fucked rather than the one doing the fucking, yeah, I have no interest in a fairy. Bugbear are more like bestial goblinoids. Heard it here first. Apple confirms size does matter. Now, yeah, flock of fairies, sure, but I'm taking this list to mean like just one. Yeah, I'll pass. But Bugbear are more bestial goblinoids. So a Bugbear I will smash. I like dragons. I like dragonoid beings. I think kobolds are a little too small. Again. Kalish Star, I don't give a single frick about Kalish Stars. They're basically like spirit dream-like psionic humans, so I guess we could say smash. Gith I think would be too intense. Gith are very driven. Both Gith Yankee and Gith Sarai are very stoic. I think it would be just not pleasing. Loxodon, I don't have a thing for elephants. Yeah, Gith just aren't fun to be around, exactly. Loxodon, I don't have a thing for elephants. Furbolg, I kind of give me like gentle giant vibes. So I think that could be a smash. I think it would be like a cuddly, like more of a making love, but with a giant penis. Yeah, I don't know what else to say there. Furbolg are definitely himbos. Satyr, I wouldn't want to fuck one, because again, you got like the goat legs, but I think a satyr's head game would be amazing. You know? I have the funny feeling that a satyr would be able to do what they do well, because they are well practiced. All they do is party. All they do is party, drink a lot, and enjoy each other's company, so... Heron Gone, I don't think I'd be into. Again, it's a bit too... standard animal for me. It's too much like a genuine bunny. Warforged, I like the idea. Like, I talked about this when the captain and I did our kink tier list, where, yeah, if you really think about it, robot anything isn't great, because it's just metal. But, exactly. Who knows what sort of augments you could get for that? So, if you think of it in the more fun way that I like to, you could do a lot with a Warforged. As for a Simic hybrid, their whole thing is that they're kind of evolving and weird and mutated. They get, like, animal enhancements, including, like, a thick carapace, acid spit, grappling appendages. A Simic hybrid has options, you know? There's potential. Is all I'm saying. Okay, that one was quick. That one was surprisingly quick. Yeah, exactly. Who knows? Okay, that was a surprisingly quick list. I don't need to go to the bathroom or anything. I am gonna quickly grab just a snack, and we'll go into the cleric apple list. But this one, yeah, this one was surprisingly quick. I was expecting it to take at least a little bit more time, but no. Straight to the point, I guess. Alright. To sum up, you'll bang anything taller than you that isn't an animal. I mean, basically. Yeah, that's accurate. Most of these I'm looking at, and I'm like, probably I still would. But we gotta put some in the pass category. Okay. I'm going to go on BRB for just a moment, set up the cleric tier list, and I will be, like, right back. Hello, everyone. Hello. How is everyone doing? I hope you're all doing well. I forgot to change the music. I'm sorry. Give me just a moment. We'll change the music to something a bit more fitting. There we go. I hope you're all doing well. I'm just gonna make me a little smaller there. Okay. I'm getting into it. I have tiers up to D. I don't think I'll need any more than that, but we'll see. This is like an assortment of mons. Again, I didn't make this list. So some of these I find cute, others less so. That's why it's kind of, you know, it varies for sure. Anyways, starting just, I guess we'll just go in order. That's probably easiest. Starting with little Alolan Vulpix. Alolan Vulpix is probably one of my favorite Pokemon. It's so adorable. It's so cute. It's a Pokemon that just makes me really happy, and I want to just cuddle. Same with Alolan Ninetales. I think Alolan Ninetales is absolutely beautiful. They're both easy ass tiers. Alolan Doug Trio is already the first one that I'm like a little confused why it's on this list. I mean, the locks are luscious, don't get me wrong, but Doug Trio itself is kind of fine, I guess. So that's in B. Oh no, again, the locks are luscious, but Galarian Ponyta as well is another Pokemon that I absolutely adore. I think it's so cute. I spent ages trying to shiny hunt when Sword and Shield came out, trying to shiny hunt a Galarian Ponyta. I still don't have a shiny one. But I want one very bad. Hi Bass! How are you doing? Oh, I forgot to change my stream. There we go. There, I forgot to change the title. Now it's accurate. Mega Gardevoir is of course very S tier. She's very pretty. No other reason, you know. Anyways, Mega Mawile as well. I love Mega Mawile. I think Mega Mawile is really like absolutely just a powerhouse, and huge power is so good. I'm doing well. We're doing tier lists with all the different Appleseed classes today. This is the last one before we debut a brand new class, which I'm very excited about. So right now we are Cleric Appleseed, and doing a cute Pokemon tier list. Yeah, I've shiny hunted quite a few, but I've never had luck with egg hunting. Cast form's cute. All the cast forms can just be kind of there. They're cute. I wouldn't say they're, you know, anything Oh, Abby. Oh my god. That threw me for a loop. I mean, it threw me for a loop because Cleric Apple gets thrown for a loop by stuff like that, but that threw, like, normal me for a loop. Mega Absol, I think, is so cool. I love Absol and Mega Absol. I think they're just both amazing. Cherim I actually think is really cute. I really like Cherim. Cherim I think is just really sweet and really adorable. Mega Lopunny, I mean, how could you not? How could you not put in an S? It's tough, it's cute, alright? The gutter's up from where my mind lives. Shaman Sky form. I talked about this in my, like, all Pokemon tier list, but I actually like less than normal Shaman. I do really like it, but I really prefer normal Shaman. I think normal Shaman's just so cute. Both forms of Meloetta I love. I really love the just dancer and singing, like... if we're talking... right now I'm looking at this list in terms of cuteness, like how cute I find this Pokemon. Normal Wishy-Washy, or this form of Wishy-Washy I don't find very cute. I don't know if... Yeah, the other form of Wishy-Washy is on here. So this form of Wishy-Washy I'm gonna put in D because I don't find it particularly cute. I like the singer form more. The singer form would probably be S, but the dancer form is Aria. I did notice there's the like normal Mimikyu here. So this is very specifically like the busted Mimikyu, which granted like is still cute. I like the way it flops. But much like the wild shape tier list, I'm kind of doing this in a terms of like how cute is it and how much do I like it. It is very cute because I love how it flops down, but it's kind of useless once it's busted. Pichu. Pichu is adorable. Who doesn't love Pichu? Pichu is so cute. I think in terms of, you know what, I'm putting Alolan Dugtrio a little lower. I think in terms of like cuteness, Pichu's probably one of the like Pokemon that people think is like is really cute. It's kind of the poster child for cuteness. Morpeko I like. Pichu is definitely cuter, but Morpeko's high up there too. Snom, I love Snom. Snom I think is S. Snom's cute. Snom's even just the name Snom is adorable. Bulbasaur, of course, is S. Bulbasaur is one of my favorite Pokemon ever, and just is wonderful. Yes, Snom does have a butt face, and we love it. We love it for it. Charmander. Charmander's A. I do like Charmander. I do definitely vastly prefer Bulbasaur, but Charmander's good. Same with Squirtle. I like Squirtle, but I like Bulbasaur a lot more. Caterpie is fine. I think Caterpie is cute. Actually no, Caterpie will go B. I think Caterpie is very cute. I like Butterfree. But again, on its own, it's not much of anything. Butterfree can go A. I really like Butterfree. I think I'm one of the people that has that childhood, like, tie to Butterfree. From the Butterfree, like, Bye Bye Butterfree Pokemon episode. Weedle, I don't think is very cute. I would say Weedle's probably a D tier. I don't really like Weedle much. Pikachu is one of those Pokemon that people, like, we've been so conditioned to think Pikachu was cute. So, Pikachu can go B. Vulpix and Ninetales, same thing as the Alolan forms. They're both beautiful to me. Vulpix is the cutest thing, and I've often said that if I could pick one Pokemon to be real, I'd want it to be just a normal Vulpix. Because I do think it is one of the cutest Pokemon. And one that I could comfortably have. Jigglypuff is fine. Jigglypuff is cute. It's just kind of a big puffball. And who doesn't love a big puffball? Really and truly. Ditto can be kind of whatever you want it to be in terms of cuteness. So I guess Ditto is S. I do have, and I don't know where it is, but I'll try and remember to take a picture of it and post it to Twitter later. I do have a, like, Vulpix plush that has, like, Ditto eyes, which I bought at a local convention, which I think is just really cute. Eevee, who doesn't love Eevee? Eevee's so precious. Eevee is one of, like, the classic cute Pokemon. Vaporeon, I love Vaporeon. I've said it before, but even, like, before the memes, the whole did you know thing with Vaporeon, Vaporeon has always been one of my favorite Pokemon. Vaporeon's just gorgeous. I've always loved Vaporeon, really and truly. So, Jolteon is probably a little less. Jolteon and Flareon both, I do really like them. I really like Vaporeon. I always have, like, ever since I was a kid, Vaporeon was, like, the one that I liked best. Dratini I adore. Dratini is so pretty. I honestly wish, like, Dragonite stayed like Dratini and Dragonair. Because I really like the slick serpentine design. Mew is precious. Who doesn't love Mew? Mew is an easy S tier. Like, Mew's wonderful. Chikorita's probably a B. I think Chikorita's really cute. Chikorita just gets bogged down by not being great stats-wise. And Typhlosion and Feraligatr are both so much better than Meganium. And I feel bad for saying that because I do like Meganium, but it's the truth. Bayleaf is probably more A. I have a lot of attachment to Bayleaf specifically. I don't really know why. Whereas Meganium's probably back at B. Yeah, I like Bayleaf more than Meganium, exactly. Cyndaquil is S tier. I love Cyndaquil. Cyndaquil and Totodile are both like top tier starters in my eyes. Oh, this was the notched-eared Pichu. Oh, so there's both the normal Pichu and the notched-eared Pichu. I didn't notice that at first because it's like kind of cut off. Yeah, I mean, similar. Both Pichus are cute. Cleffa I actually really don't like. Like, I like Clefairy and Clefable, but I don't know, Cleffa always kind of looked weird to me, and I can't tell you why, it just does. Igglybuff is probably cuter Jigglypuff. It loses a little bit of the cuteness when it evolves, I think. But yeah, Igglybuff's cute. I really like Igglybuff. Togepi is of course S. Togepi is so precious. Togepi is just a little baby. And absolutely adorable. And anyone who says otherwise is lying. So, Blossom, I love Blossom. I really do. Every time I've envisioned, like, Appleseed's team, I've thought of it with a Blossom on it. Blossom's just, yeah, Blossom's really cute. It's just a cute little hula dancer. Like, who doesn't love that? Meryl, otherwise known as Peekaboo. It's probably just A. I do really like Meryl. But Azumarill would be the S to me. I really like the Meryl line, but I think Azumarill's just a little bit cuter, personally. While I'm at it, Azurill. Azurill goes B just because for the longest time, Azurill looks so sad. Like, I just wanted to give it a hug, but I don't like the fact that it looks sad. Hoppip. I never really liked Hoppip. I think it's cute for sure, but it's also just terrible. And every single time I tend to play Nuzlocke, Jumpluff is a common Pokemon I get, and I have a little bit of resentment towards it because it's not great. Sunkern would be great if it actually, like, it's super cute, but it's bad. So Sunkern can sit there. Sunflora, however, I do like more. I've played like ROM hacks and stuff where Sunflora is actually like solid. So, I do think Sunflora is pretty cute. Espeon. Espeon is an S tier. I really love Espeon and Umbreon both. I think they're some of the better EV evolutions. Honestly, most of the EV evolutions could be S tier, but I'm trying to be I'm trying to just put my favorites up there. Mischievous. I didn't know people thought Mischievous was cute. I mean, it is. But I don't have any big ties to it. I think it's probably about B. Swinub. I think Swinub is so cute. I've always thought Swinub's adorable. If we're just going on Swinub, I think Swinub's A. Fampy as well. I think Fampy's so precious. Just a cute little elephant. Who doesn't love that? That's A for sure. Smoochum is D. I don't know why you would put Smoochum on this list. Smoochum is not cute. So that might be a little bit of a hot take, but Celebi, I love Celebi. Celebi's so cute. It's just a cute little onion time traveler, and who doesn't love that? Torchic I'd say is probably A. I really like Torchic, but I'm not as big on Combuskin or Blaziken. Especially not Combuskin. Have I tried Pokemon Infinite Fusion? I have. I've been playing it off stream, actually. It's really fun. I've been debating sometime when I'm doing a little less like Pokemon Nuzlocke stuff, doing a playthrough of Fusion on stream. It's really fun. I've been really enjoying it. Beautifly is to me. Like, Beautifly is very pretty, but again, it's just not great. So it's gonna go C. And while I'm at it, Plusle and Minun can go here too. I think their whole gimmick is really cute, but themselves are not great. Lotad? I wouldn't see Lotad as a cute mon. I do like it, but it will go in D just because I don't see it as cute. C-Dot is a little cuter, but still not by much. Normal cast form can also go here with all the other cast forms. Ralts is A, as well as Kirlia. They're both... Actually, no, Kirlia could be S. And Gardevoir, of course, is S. It's a line of just cute adorableness. Like, I love the Ralts line. Whismur, I've said for ages, I think Whismur is so cute. I love the idea of, like, a Pokemon trainer who kind of gets a little Whismur. And, you know, they both help each other come out of their shell. Like, they're both really anxiety-driven and stuff. And then just become cute, like, punk rocker type girls together. Skitty is adorable. I love Skitty. I'd say Skitty's probably A. Skitty is really cute. Delcatty as well. They're just both really cute. Tinder Skitty has definitely reignited my love for Skitty. Normal Mawile, I'm gonna put it just a B. Mega Mawile is S. But normal Mawile is certainly cute, but Mega Mawile just outclasses it in every possible regard. Rosalia, I love Rosalia. I love the entire Rosalia line, even when it was just Rosalia. Like, I had a Rosalia on my team the first time I ever played. Not when I played Sapphire, which was the one I owned, because I like to have a range of types, and I had my Trico. But when I played Emerald for the first time, I used a Rosalia, and I really, really loved it. Milotic. I love Milotic. So, so gorgeous. A pain to get, but if you happen to manage it, well worth the use. Chimecho. Chimecho's adorable. I don't understand why people don't like Chimecho and Chingling. I think they're really cute. I remember the Pokemon anime, like James's Chimecho. It really just helped ignite my love for Chimecho. Absol, same as Mega Absol. Just a really cool, really like just neat. I'm gonna put the entire Rosalia line in S while I'm at it. Why not? I don't like why not. I don't like why not. I don't like Wobbuffet. I've had too many a Nuzlocke lost to why not and Wobbuffet that it's killed all love of them that I could ever have. So Snorunt. Snorunt is cute. I don't feel particularly strongly about it. Clamperl I think is cute. Again, don't feel particularly strongly about it, so it's just gonna go and see. Love Disc is a cute, like, shape, but is not good. So therefore D tier. Jirachi I love. Jirachi's probably one of my favorite legendaries. Not quite to the same level as Mew and Celebi, but definitely a big fave. Piplup, I love Piplup. Piplup's another one of my favorite starters. Just cute, adorable little penguin. Cherubi and Chirim. I have the, like, coming out bright Chirim up there in terms of cuteness. Cherubi's probably a B, and this Chirim is a D because you can't see it. You can't see it at all, so it's hard to say it's cute if you can't see its little face. Drifloon. I can't really find Drifloon cute after knowing its Pokédex entry of how it kidnaps children. I think it's very hard to find it cute after that. Yeah, I don't think I can find it cute at all. So Baniri and Lopunny can both be up here where Mega Lopunny is. They're all wonderful and adorable. I'm actually gonna drop Snom to A. I do really like it. I don't know if I like it enough to have it be an S now that I'm thinking about it. Chingling can be probably B. I like Chimecho more, but Chingling's certainly cute. Glameow would be a lot higher if it wasn't for the fact that it becomes Perugly. Yeah, if it wasn't for the fact that it becomes Perugly, I think it would be a lot higher on my list. But I really don't like Perugly, so Yeah, no, I know an Everstone is a thing, but it's not worth it to use when there's better things. Mime Jr. is D. I don't like Mime Jr. I don't like Mr. Mime. Happiny I think is B. Happany's cute. I do prefer Chansey and Blissey, and I'm a little confused why they're not on this list, but I do like Happiny. Mantike is cute. I don't really feel very strongly towards it or a Mantine, so I'm gonna just put it in C. Weavile is not cute, but Weavile is so cool that you gotta put Weavile in S. Weavile is super, super cool. Togekiss as well. Togekiss is an easy S. I love Togepi. I'm feeling about Togetic, and then seeing Togekiss, I'm obsessed again. Leafeon's another S tier. Another S tier EV evolution. Here, I'm actually gonna lump all the EV evolutions together in this tier. And I'm actually gonna drop Umbreon, which people might get mad at me for, but I like Espeon more than Umbreon. Glaceon can go in A with the others. And while we're at it, Sylveon can go up in S. I love Sylveon. I think Sylveon's gorgeous. Now, Cresselia I don't think is that pretty. I do like it. I don't really think it's super cute though. So it's gonna go in C. Same with Manaphy. I don't really feel that strongly about it. Victini can go in B. I think Victini is a little cuter. And this form of Shaman gets to go in S. I really like the cute little hedgehog Shaman. I'm a really big fan. Snivy is one of my favorite starters. People really are not big on Snivy, but I love Snivy. I think Snivy's so freaking cute. Tepig's a C. I'm sorry if you're a Tepig stan. I feel very indifferent about Tepig. Oshawott is probably a B. But yeah, Tepig's a C. Lillipup, Lillipup I feel fine on. Yeah, I think Lillipup is fine. Munna, I like Munna, I really don't like Musharna, and for that I'm going to put it in D. Zawaddle is probably a B, as well as Swadloon. But Leavanny I adore. I think Leavanny's so cute. Yeah, a friend of mine would be sad about Tepig's rank too, and I can see him responding to this list. Sorry, Cinder. But, actually no, I'm gonna put them both in A. But Leavanny is so cute. I love Leavanny. I think Leavanny's actually a great Mon. I don't know why it's just Cottony and not Whimsicott, because I think Whimsicott's infinitely cuter than Cottony. Cottony is probably just a C, but if Whimsicott was on here, Whimsicott would be an S for sure. Petalil as well, probably just a C. I think, actually no, B for both. Petalil's cute. I do find Lilligant much cuter. So Lilligant's gonna go into A. Maractus. Maractus is a Pokemon I often forget about, but I do think it's really cute. It's just, I don't know. I think it's just a cute little cactus. Mincino can go in B, and Cincino can go in A. They're both just cute chinchillas. Cincino just has, you know, the extra bit of cuteness to it, I guess. Vanillite I don't find cute. I'm gonna put it in C just because I do like it. Same with Drifloon here, actually. I do like it, but I don't find it really cute. Fungus, I don't really care about. I don't like Fungus very much. Litwick I love. I think the entire Litwick line is really cute. And some of my favorite Pokemon for sure. Meloetta, the Aria version is beautiful. Chespin gets C only because I hate Quilladin. And Chestnut I like, but I will hydrate. Thank you, Marshmallow. Yeah. Fennekin I think is adorable. Hello, Queen. Hello. Blackson is without a doubt an S. Blackson is probably my favorite, like, starter, middle stage, without a doubt. Blackson I think is a really solid design and really pretty. Yeah, I like Chespin, but because of its Evos, it gets dragged down, which is kind of a shame. Floki I do really like, but I don't think it's that cute. Hello, Sturdy Barbecue. My stream is going quite well. I'm sorry that I'm ooh-wooing at you. The Queen Goblin requested it. Oh, there's the angry Morpeko. The angry one isn't very cute. Vivillon is just kind of worse Butterfree. So I'm gonna have it down here. Actually, no. Vivillon can be D because I like Beautifly more than I like Vivillon. Flabébé can be B tier. I think Flabébé peaks at Floette. Floette is really cute. Floette is really, really cute. And then I like Florges, but it's not cute anymore. And this is a cute tier list. Go-Goat, or not Go-Goat, Skittle. Skittle's cute. I think Skittle can probably go in B. Skittle's really cute. Esper is creepy cute. Esper is really, really scary, and I kind of love it. It's a really spooky little guy, and I love him. Swirlix and Swirpuff. I don't think they're cute. I do like them, but I don't think they're cute. Inkay is cute. I like Inkay. And Goomy, I think, is really cute. I really like Goomy. Goomy is like a friend. Wowlet is a top tier starter. Wowlet gets to be S tier for sure. Litten's probably a B. I don't really feel very strongly towards Litten. Poplio's an A. I like Poplio. Brion, I'm really not a fan of. Brion can go in D. And Primarina is an S. I think Primarina's gorgeous. While I really like Rowlet and Decidueye, seeing Primarina for the first time made me pick Poplio. Cutiefly is an A. Cutiefly is so cute. And Rabombi is an S. I loved using Rabombi. I thought Rabombi was absolutely wonderful. Wishy-Washy. Wishy-Washy can be D. I think this little form of Wishy-Washy is pretty cute. Rockruff's an S. Rockruff's just an adorable little dog. And I absolutely love it. I'm trying to go through all the bugs in my brain, but Rabombi might be my favorite bug too, actually. Stuffle's an A. Stuffle's really cute. It's just a cute little stuffed bear. Who doesn't love that? Bounsweet. Bounsweet can go in A. Same with Steenie. I think they're both really, really cute. I think they're adorable and just, like, so happy. And then Serena goes in S, 'cause reasons. Hello there, I'm Mr. Big Dumpy the Round and Plumpy. How are you doing today? I'm doing quite well. Comfey can go B. I think Comfey is really cute. Komala is cute. I'd probably put Komala in B. I think it's cute, but I do think there's absolutely things that are cuter. Mimikyu, normal Mimikyu is for sure an S. Mimikyu's absolutely adorable. It's not a smash or pass, it's literally just we're ranking these Pokemon by how cute I find them. Yeah, Serena's the literal step on me Pokemon. I'm well aware. Grookey I was never a fan of. Like, the entire Grookey line I'm not huge on. Scorbunny's probably a B. I think Scorbunny's really cute. If we're going just based on Sobble, Sobble's an S. I don't like Drizzile or Inteleon, however. Gossifleur can be B. No, Gossifleur can be A, actually. I really like I really like Gossifleur. Wooloo's an S. I literally have my Wooloo plush that Snug Cinder bought for me for Christmas, like sitting on my bed. Wooloo's really adorable. Milkery is weird. I don't like Milkery, but I love El Creme. El Creme is for sure an S. It's just like a cute little cake. And then Hatenna. It's not all the Pokemon. This is just someone's personal list of Pokemon they find cute. So Chimchar was actually not on the list. But if Chimchar was on the list, I think Chimchar would probably be A. I think Chimchar is really cute. But that's it now, friends. That's that list, which means you know what time it is. This means that it's time for a brand new class debut. For anyone who's might be new here, I've been doing tier lists for the past 3.5 hours. Each one related to the 3 different class versions of myself. Oh, geez, Big Dumby, thank you so much for following. But I've been doing different tier lists based on the different class versions of myself. So we had a Druid Wild Shape tier list for my Druid version of myself, a D&D Race Smasher Pass for the Vard version of myself, and then just a cute Pokemon tier list for the Cleric version of myself. And we have a brand new one that will be coming up very, very, very shortly. I'm going to go on BRB. I'm going to run to the washroom. I'm going to get myself just mentally prepared. And I will be back here very shortly. So do stay tuned, friends. Now I do apologize, because you'll have to give me just a moment to get things looking perfect here. Because I need to set this up in such a way that won't completely mess up the way things look on stream. So, hang on but a second. There we go. Alright. Are you ready, friends? As where we left off was with Chapter 4. The Bounty of the Appleseed. Just give me 1 second. Sorry. Alright. Alright. The Bounty of the Appleseed. Finally, the girl thought to herself. She could still hardly believe she would dare investigate such a dangerous area based on pure hearsay, but still, she was drawn to the forest. At a local tavern nearly a week ago, she first learned of the treasure. An elven bard and her had been drinking together, sharing laughs and stories. There's a wandering wood, a forest, known only as the Berkshire. She rolled her eyes. A wandering wood? Foolish to think such a thing existed. A fey-touched forest, the bard continued. The trees speak to you, coercing you to your doom. The branches laugh at you when you take a false turn. The wind whispers sweet nothings into your ear. It's truly a dangerous place. Then it's not worth the hassle, is it? She mused. Inside, however, he paused, houses an axe, a beautiful thing. Wrapped by vines and encrusted with emeralds galore. Even to glimpse it is a wonder. Never mind to hold such a thing. To get that weapon would be to get a bounty from nature itself. She did admit the thought of the profit she could get from such a weapon intrigued her. And who knew if such a thing could also be magical in nature? But still, going on a pursuit of treasure just based on a bard's silly tales was unlike her. And yet, off she went not a day later. Oddly enough, finding the wandering wood was the easy part. Perhaps the Fae knew she was searching for them. It was only about a week's journey that took her to the forest edge. As she approached, the fog of night began to get thicker and thicker. A strange pinkish mist coated her vision, rendering her completely blind as she entered into the thick of the forest. A group of voices, each voice giddy and whimsical, all spoke to her at the same time. A goblin approaches the Berkshire. What will she do? Is she here to meet our queen? These voices were persuasive, each one trying to convince her to follow the direction in order to reach the center tree where the treasure was housed. They spoke of how happy they would be if she listened, how happy their queen would be if she became one with the trees and with the Fae. But she had a mission, a goal in mind. The great axe at the end of the Berkshire's labyrinth was her prize. She couldn't lose sight of it, no matter what the voices in the trees said to her. She's strong of will, this one, the voices sang. She's clever and crafty, this one, the voices sang. Perhaps she will be the one to pull the axe. After what felt like hours, she emerged through the fog. Sight restored, she gazed upon a massive tree, the healthiest and most vibrant of oak she had ever witnessed. The tree was surrounded by vines and opened itself to her upon her approach. A secret door? She questioned. Was this where her bounty was waiting? What of this queen the fae spoke of? She approached inside with caution, brandishing her dagger as warning to anything that dare come close. She expected things to be dark, cavernous, but found herself surprised when she entered to the feeling of fresh flowers beneath her feet and hues of pinks and purples. She found herself inside what looked like a cottage, a home with high wooden ceiling, blazoned with flowers and vines. A mahogany table set a feast fit for thousands. Next to that, house chairs made from vines and moss, enough for a party of beings, but some massive, while others terribly small. Is this where that queen lived? None of that mattered, however, when she saw a bed. Raised from the ground by wild mushrooms, the bed was long and tall, the frame regal and made of the finest wood craftsmanship the goblin had ever seen. Instead of sheets and blankets were, of course, flowers and vines, and to it strapped was the most beautiful emerald-encrusted hatchet. "The axe!" the goblin excitedly bound. She rushed to it. Vines encased every inch of its emerald and oaken frame, each vine attached to the bed itself and thornier than the last. She did have some strength to her, but she was worried about being able to pull the thing. Nevertheless, she wrapped her hands around the hilt. Immediately upon making contact, vines wrapped around her hand, pricking her skin and tightening her grip around the axe. She could feel the magic of the axe pulsating with her touch. With all her strength, she pulled and pulled, the vines tightening and mangling around her hand. She ripped the axe from its thorny prison as her hand was torn by the vines. Blood seeped from where she grabbed the axe, but she cared little. She had nature's bounty in her hands. All at once, she could feel the air around her shift as a harsh wind blew. She could hear the songs of birds and smell the sweet scent of fresh grass and lavender on her nose. And before her eyes, and the same pink mist that blinded her within the Berkshire, housed a beautiful fairy maiden. Taller than most fairies the goblin had heard tale of, this maiden stood tall, long, pale pink hair dropping down to her knees, eyes green and devoid of pupil, wings lithe and strong of flight, and on her head, long white horns, strangely fiendish in nature. The fairy took a moment to examine herself, studying her own image bit by bit, admiring each minute detail of her skin. "I suppose it is you I have to thank for freeing me," the fae spoke, her voice regal and commanding in tone. I suppose you do," the goblin responded, her body shaking at the sight of such a being. Was she a god of some kind? "Ha!" the fae chuckled. "How strange that a simple goblin girl would be the one to finally free me from my entrapment." Entrapment? Was this fae a prisoner? "And how rude a goblin she is!" The fae waved a finger, and the goblin felt her body unwillingly pulled towards her. "To try and take my axe?" Her axe? Did the treasure of the tree belong to her? The goblin girl began to fear. Her body was paralyzed in place, stuck, restrained by seemingly nothing while the fae spoke to her. "But I suppose it's more of a curse after all," the fae mused, voice strangely melodic and song-like. "You did just free an archfey, after all." "An archfey?" The goblin shook. She had heard stories of Archfey, powerful beings with the strong desire to trick mortals such as herself. Confused mortal, the Archfey mused once again. Do you not understand what you've done yet? The goblin's head began to spin. The Archfey were all imprisoned thousands of years ago, were they not? They were tricky beings, constantly bringing ruin and chaos to the world, until the heroes of old trapped them in various prisons. And she had just freed one. Perhaps I should introduce myself, the Archfey smiled. You can call me Titania, the Fey Queen. Titania, the goblin felt her heart sink. Titania was the mightiest of all Fey, a force to be reckoned with both in battle and in wit. She was the craftiest of all, the most persuasive and hardest to capture. Oh, how I've longed to return to the material once again, she laughed. Thousands, if not millions, of tiny voices laughing alongside her. The goblin's eyes glanced down at the axe. The emeralds glow with nature's powerful breath. If only she could just move her body. And you, the Fairy Queen laughed again, pulling the goblin into the air and right up to meet her eyes. You are my prisoner now. The goblin felt a great pain tear through her body. Her hair began to sprout thorns. Curved and steel-plated, the axe within her hand pierced her skin with thorns yet again. She cried in agony as she was dropped to the ground, alone. Her body was her own again, and she sat, alone in the grass of a field unfamiliar to her. Where was she? Was she even in the material plane? And where was the Queen Titania? Even alone, however, she felt the Archfey's presence and felt the surge of magic rush through her. She had been changed, given power in exchange for chaos? Destruction? She did not know what the Fairy Queen had planned for her realm. An unwilling warlock of the Archfey. She set out on a journey. How to imprison Titania, she wasn't certain. But where one Archfey lay, she knew there were others. Others that may, however unwilling, be able to help her save the material realm and break the unwitting pact she found herself a part of. Well, hey! How's it going? How we doing? We all doing good?
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
I'll hydrate, don't worry. Nice to meet you. I guess you could say Phalok Apple, I guess. This was created by the really talented Squid the Goblin. So, if you like it, then, send them some love. But you got me now. And I'm still working out my personality exactly. But I hope we'll have some fun. I asked a bunch of people. I will stretch, thanks. I asked on Twitter for just like people's favorite video game weapons. Now, here's the thing. I haven't played a lot of these games. I don't know how good the weapon is. So this is basically going to be based on looks, unless I know the weapon fairly well. Maybe I should actually pull up in like another tab what the weapons are. So hang on a sec. That might be easiest. If we pull up like what the weapons are. I mean, that's fine. You're certainly not the only person who responded to it. But most people just said like what game the weapons were from, which is about what I expected. So but if I have it open, then that'll help. Alright. But yeah, I've got a bunch of tiers, so I added some of my own as well, some that I really like, that I was surprised that people didn't add. So yeah, we'll just go in like order, really. And go from there. Like we'll go in order of what I've got here. That's probably the easiest way to do it. Maybe. Again, I don't remember half the shit people sent me. Alright. So, Keening from Morrowind. I haven't played Morrowind in a real long time. But just based on solid design, I'm gonna say that's an A. It looks really, really cool. I don't really know what it does. But in terms of just design, yeah, crystal magic dagger thing. Alright. Crystals are cool. Did I add the plushie Rathalos? I didn't. I should have. I don't know why I didn't. Look, people have their own opinions. The backpack from Slime Rancher 2. I actually haven't played Slime Rancher 2 yet. I've only played, like, Slime Rancher 1. But I don't know, it's like a big fucking gun. Big fucking guns are cool. It's got the suck. Yeah, it's a vacuum. It's like a vacuum thing. Oh, Lulu, it's you. Look at that cutie. I didn't add everything that people said. That cutie, it's you. That you're the cutie. That's what I said. You got a problem with that? You got a problem? You wanna fucking fight? You're cute, what can I say? Alright. Anyway. So we got the Soul Reaver from Legacy of Kain, which a lot of people said they really liked. I don't know if I've ever played Legacy of Kain, actually. So, I don't know what the Soul Reaver does. Is it like, it sounds like it's gonna be some like lifesteal and shit. But a few people did say the Soul Reaver. If it does some like life draining, then I'm gonna put that in like an S, because life drain shit is cool. And then we got the flat cannon. Did I add that? I did add that. I don't know what that do. Cause Apple loves that I don't know what you're talking about. Basically a big shotgun. Okay. Alright. Thanks, Abby. Have a good night. Peace out and rest well. It's a metal shotgun that can also fire a grenade. Okay, cool. That can be like B. These look cool. Gauntlets of the Necromancer? That sounds cool. I like gauntlets too. That's gonna go in S. That's gonna go in S. That's cool. And then Soul Drinker. That also sounds like some necrotic shit. I like the freaky little eye. That's like coursing through. That's spooky. I like it. Alright. Well, classic evil sword design. Who doesn't love it? I don't actually know if I added any that someone didn't already send me a picture for. Because I was very lazy and have not had enough time this week to work on this shit. So sorry if you didn't send pictures with yours. The Omni tool from Mass Effect, specifically the Omni Shield. I mean, it just looks like a big frickin' shield. Is there more to it than that? Is there more to it than big frickin' shield? Because, I mean, I like a big frickin' shield, but I'm more of an offense kind of gal, you know? Rather than defense. You can basically produce it out of nothing. Oh, that's kind of cool. Also, I will say, going out of character here for a moment. Again, I have not had a lot of time. I do want to get a very specific, like, weapon commissioned for this form. Like, I want to get the Nature's Bounty Axe commissioned. That is something I plan to do eventually. But I just haven't yet. The Needler from Halo. Does that just shoot needles? I've never played a Halo game. Does that just shoot needles at a bitch? Shoot needles at a motherfucker? Because if so, it sounds cool. But I prefer like bullets. Fires crystal needles that then explode. Okay, you made it sound cooler. That can be a B tier. Oh, Cinder's shit. Sharpened volcano fragments from Team Fortress 2. That just looks like a fire axe. That's just a fire axe. That's just a fire axe. You can't tell me that's not just a fucking fire axe. I mean, it's cool. It's cool. I like a fire axe. I'm kind of an axe gal. I am an axe bitch. But yeah, hi Kari, how's it going? Okay, what's this? The Nergigante Greatsword from Monster Hunter World. I don't know what the fuck is up with this accent. I don't know what's up with this accent. I've been trying to think of a voice for this version of Appleseed for a while. I don't know, I guess she's kind of Brooklyn. Yeah, I'm vaguely familiar. I'm vaguely familiar. It looks cool. It does look a little impractical. And then two like Dark Souls weapons. That one looks bigger than me. Hey, she's walking here. This one looks bigger than me, so I'm gonna put it in C. Just because I think I'd die if I were to carry it. It's big. It do seem it. It do seem very big. Huge. And then there's like a hammer. I like hammers. You can go bonk bonk with hammers. Who doesn't like a good bonk? The Karen bow. The Karen bow is selfishly one that I really like. I really like all the weapons in Hades, but I like the Karambo. Yeah, you gotta do the bonks. I should get a bonk emote. I should really get a bonk emote. Hidden blades. I know I had those somewhere. Where exactly, I don't know. Here they are. The hidden blade is stealthy. You can stab a bitch with it. You can stab a bitch and have them barely even notice. So that's an absolute S tier. The hook shot's a classic. We gotta love the hook shot. You can do so much with a hook shot. It's a classic. It's a classic weapon. What can we say? The Beast Shaman Sword from Onimusha. That looks cool. Where is it? Did I add it? I thought I did. I thought I did add it. Am I blind? Where is it? Maybe I didn't add it. What the heck? Okay, what about Rebellion from Devil May Cry? Okay, I added Rebellion. Oh, also, you said the Wabbajack. Where's the Wabbajack on here? Am I also blind? Yes. Yes, I am. Is this it? I forget what the Wabbajack looks like. It's just like a staff, right? The Wabbajack you can do a lot of fun with. Like, you can have a lot of fucking fun. Staff with faces? Yeah, you can have a lot of fun just being like chaotic with it. Honestly, all three are solid. Okay, the Rebellion for Devil May Cry. I don't know much of anything about Devil May Cry. I do know it looks like a pretty blade though. Nothing super fancy, but I do like this hilt. And the screamy hilt. I do like that. Does a lot of stabbing. I like stabbing. Stabbing's fun. The super shotgun. I mean, it's just kind of a shotgun. What makes it super? I'm not a big gun person. I like cannons and shit like that, but I'm not huge on just guns. And the Moonlight Greatsword. That's fancy. That's a fancy sword. I like it. It could go and see. But what makes a super shotgun so super? What is it? Oh, Flood! My boy Flood. Okay, we gotta put Flood up in this. Flood's a classic. This version is pretty standard, but the super shotgun from Doom Eternal has a hook shot built into it. Okay, you sold me. That goes up to B then. We like hook shots. The Great Sword for Elden Ring. A coarse iron lump of a great sword, though handling it likely requires the wielder to have surpassed the realm of the merely human. It's precisely for this reason the weapon is used to slaughter even inhuman foes. It's just a big sword. Which, I mean, we like big swords, but it doesn't have a lot of fancy to it. I mean, I like swords, but... The Axe of Scenarios from Warcraft. There's a whole thing. Scenarius, I mean. There's a whole lore. Extension of his own arm created using druidic magic. The axe was enchanted with a piece, making it as light as a feather and stronger than any mortar-forged axe. Bullshit. Alright. So it's just like a fancy axe that was made from some druidic shit that is light as a feather. I mean, druids and fae are closely related, I guess, and well, I'm not a fan of my little pact here. I do like my nature's bounty. And this axe makes me think of that. Alright. That's just a guy. That's just a guy. You can't tell me that's a weapon. That's just a guy. The captain's gonna be mad at me for putting something from Dark Cloud low. And that's the main reason why I want to kind of keep it there. I don't know what it does. I don't know what it do. Sometimes a guy is the greatest weapon. Is that the slingshot that insults you? I don't know. Is it? Alright, then we got the Jaggy Greatsword from Monster Hunter Tri. Which looks fancy, I guess. That could go and see. It's nothing super fancy. Made of bone and hide. Okay, that's kind of cool. Hello, Lawson. We're a new form of Appleseed now. I'm a Phalok now. It's pretty fancy shit. What can I say? Alright, then we got the Mufa Longsword. Is that just looks like a cane. Is it supposed to look like a cane? Is that the whole thing? Am I supposed to, like, be crouched down around the ground with it and then, like, stab a motherfucker? A cane sword. Okay. So I was right. That can be a B. I like the gimmick. And then the Kelby slingshot. I'm not huge on slingshots, I gotta say. I ain't a big fan of slingshots, so I'm gonna put that in D. I ain't the biggest fan of slingshots. I do gotta say though, unbiased opinion, Phalok is best luck. Hey, I mean, again, my pact is unwilling, but the magic I get is pretty cool. What can I say? In Soul Calibur, I play Cervantes the most, so Archeron and Nirvana. They also look like just normal greatswords. I mean, this one kind of looks like a revolver. And if it was on its own, I'd probably put it higher up. I could go to C, I guess. The shorter blades with and the smaller one has a gun built in it. Okay. The Sellsword Twin Blades from Dark Souls. There's a lot of Dark Souls weapons on this list, which doesn't surprise me, but they look like just normal blades. They look like just normal-ass blades that you could, like, dual wield. Which is cool. I like dual wielding. But the Soul Edge? What the fuck? What the fuck is that? That's creepy as shit. That's creepy as shit. That's super cool. I forgot this was on the list, actually. That's terrifying. Jesus Christ. That's really freaky. I don't really like it, but that makes me like it a lot, you know? Watches you while you're asleep? Jesus. The marksman revolver from Ultra Kill. Because shooting a coin is somehow more satisfying than an enemy. What does that mean? Does it, like, it shoots coins at people? Or is it like you can only shoot at coins? I don't understand. What does it mean? Shooting a coin really is satisfying, just ask Misaka Oni-chan. But what does that mean? Like, I genuinely don't understand. I don't... Whatever. I had this one, didn't I? Did I put it on here twice? I did put it on here twice. My bad. We're just gonna ignore it. I did put it on here twice. That was my bad. I didn't realize. Okay, I definitely did put some of these other weapons on here. Like, ones that didn't have pictures, but I forget which ones I added. The Buster Sword I know I added. The Buster Sword is classic for me. It's just big. It's big. I got, again, little out of character, but I got given by, like, a relative of mine. A Buster Sword, like, replica. Like, basically my own kind of Buster Sword. For my grad. Which was really, really cool. And I still have it. I don't have it with me, but I do have it. Okay. Moonstone-infused cutlasses. They do look pretty. It's a sleek design, can change elements on the fly with the blade changing colors in turn, and there's a pretty big variety of styles. I do like changing elements. I think that's cool. So for that, we'll put an A. I do think that's pretty cool. The boom hammer for Bloodborne, which is a giant hammer that activating it sets on fire and makes it explode when it hits the ground. That sounds dope. I like that. I like that a lot. That's gonna be A. I like big exploding. And Pandemonium's Root from Monster Hunter Worlds. The game insists it's a hammer, clearly an axe, draped in rotten dragon hide. I do like the way it looks. However, the fact that it's a hammer, but or that it's an axe, but the game insists that it's a hammer would actually bother me. So, I'm gonna put it in B. The Jade Cutter from Genshin. I don't know shit about Genshin. Like, I've played Genshin once, and I wasn't really a fan. It's pretty. It's a pretty sword, so we'll just... It increases HP by 20%. I don't know if that's good in terms of Genshin, you know? I mean, it's a 5-star, so I'm gonna assume it's great, but... I mean, fuck if I know. Seriously. The whip sword from Castlevania. The range, sound, look, speed, and damage. Yeah, the whip sword's a classic. Like, it's so fun to just whip at a bitch. The Alatreon longsword from Monster Hunter. That looks cool. I do really like the look of it. Looks kind of creepy. Portal gun. Portal gun's another classic. That's gotta be an S tier. The scattergun from Team Fortress 2. Does that do what it sounds? Where it, like, you know, scatters? Peace out, Lulu. Have a lovely time with family. But is this gun exactly what it sounds like, where it, like, scatters? Like it scatters people to the wind? That's what I would imagine from something called the scattergun, but... It's basically a shotgun. Oh, okay. Well, that's boring. A frying pan! You can't... I mean, I was gonna say, you can't kill a motherfucker with a frying pan, but you could if you put enough weight behind it. A frying pan is not an effective weapon, though. Like, if you want a good weapon, like... Find something else. That's a cast iron frying pan. Rapunzel begs to differ. You're right. That's fair. The service weapon from Control. This weapon takes many forms depending on the director of the Bureau. It's believed that this weapon took forms of many powerful weapons in the past, like Excalibur. I mean, if it does have the power to become other weapons, that's cool, I guess. We'll put that in A. Okay, Soul Reaver was already a thing. We got the Buster Sword. Ebony and Ivory from Devil May Cry. Which, are they just guns? Are they just guns? I'm not the right person to be doing a tier list like this. Like, I mean, Faylock Apple is because she likes weapons. But I'm not. They're just pistols. Oh, okay. Well, then they can just go in D. That looks cool. I don't know anything about it. It's this Frost Morn from Warcraft. That looks fucking cool. That's gonna go in S. That looks cool. We like it. We like the way it looks. Alright. Next up. The big fucking gun. I mean, again, the big fucking gun, that's another classic. Like, I know it's just a big fucking gun, but it's a big fucking gun that we love. And the Gunblade is one of my personal favorites. Where is it? Where'd I put it? I know I had it on here. Where is it? Where's the Gunblade? Where did I put the Gunblade? I thought I had it on here. I liked the Gunblade. That was one I was gonna add myself. Where is it? Well, shit. I don't know if the picture just never added or what. Now I'm a little upset. The Gunblade was one I really like. Okay, well, whatever. Double-bladed polearms, they're usually called swallows in their games. I do like these double-bladed bitches. I always really like their design. I think they're very slick. The only one I added here was the one I actually knew, which was TNT from Minecraft. I mean, TNT is good if you want to blow shit up. If you want to blow shit up, then yeah, TNT's perfectly fun. The Saw Spear from Bloodborne, that looks really cool. That looks super duper cool, so that's going in S. That's an S. I think it looks really neat. The Transistor. I still haven't played Transistor. I know I'm very late to the party. But I do really like the design of the Transistor, so that's gonna go in A. Death Slinger's Redeemer for Dead by Daylight. Oh, I didn't add that one, I guess. And neither did I do, like, the Keeper's Tenderizer and Spiked Sack. Okay, the Hunter's Axe from Bloodborne. I didn't add. The Dagger of Time. The Dagger of Time I did add, because the Dagger of Time's another, like, classic. So good. The Beast Claws from Bloodborne. The way the Beasthood buff and debuff stacks as you use them makes the Risk Reward gameplay so much fun. Can't say I completely relate. I never really liked Risk Reward type gameplay mechanics, but hey, to each their own, you know? If someone else likes them, then they do look cool. So I think I'll put them in S just because they look really cool. Okay, now the rest of these are all various things. I don't know what some of them are. Obviously, I know things like I know the Keyblade. The Keyblade's... Oh, I keep grabbing this bitch. The Keyblade's a classic. That's going in S. The Master Sword's a classic. That's going in S. I don't know what on earth this thing is that looks like just a scythe. So that's going in D. This thing looks pretty. It reminds me of my axe. So that can go in A. And these things look terrifying. That can go in S. There we go. Nothing fancy. But I hope you at the very least, you know, enjoyed coming along the journey. And that's it. That's all she wrote, folks. I'm pretty hungry, so I think I'm gonna end stream. But for real, before I do, thank you guys so much for joining me. Thank you for, you know, taking part in these tier lists, sending weapons if you did, just chatting, lurking, whatever have you. And, you know, I hope you enjoy Faye Warlock Apple, and she will bring you more in the time to come. In terms of other things going on, tomorrow I'm gonna be doing some art stuff. We're gonna be doing subathon art. All the art for my birthday subathon that I still haven't done. Yeah, we're hoping to do that tomorrow. Hoping to get as much of it done as we can. So, I hope you guys will join me for that. As for now, who do we want to raid? Who are we going to raid? Who are we going to raid? Who are we going to raid? Boom, 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 boom. I don't have a lot of people streaming right now. It's kind of weird. I'm usually used to having like a lot more folks that I know that are streaming. Yes, thank you, Xandris. Oh, we're going to raid another member of the VTuber Pokemon League, which I was talking about earlier. But just before I end, I'll talk about it just a little bit more. January 27th, the VTuber Pokemon League opens. We are... it's just a big Pokemon League made of VTubers. I am the Forest Haven Gym, aka, like, you know, just designed for fun, wonderful, good times against my grass type team. Fat Jesus here is a fellow member of the VTuber Pokemon League, and we're going to send some love their way as they are playing Fire Emblem Engage, which I haven't actually seen anything about yet, so I'm gonna basically raid and run because I'm trying to remain spoiler free. But if you want to know more about the VTuber Pokemon League, they have a thing in their stream where you can do ! VTuber Pokemon League. And then if you want to check out the Pokemon League Discord, I shared it right here. But bye, friends. I will see you tomorrow for art stuff. Bye-bye!